I don't know how the hell this mic is managing to.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the NECC, and maybe not welcome back, welcome to. This is the secondary stream. Today we've got a lovely matchup between Juniata and Mount Union here in our Challenger Yellows bracket. I, of course, going to be your play-by-play caster and host Zephyr, alongside an old-time friend here, Gopherina, joining me on the NECC broadcast.
Yeah, I do be joining you, though. First time ever.
I was about to say, this is technically your debut, man. Yeah, no, not the first time that we've had the opportunity to work together, but technically the first time, getting to see you again. Hopefully you've been doing well, Gopher.
Kind of busy as hell. Grad school be like that.
Oh, wow.
So yeah. Tonight, we got a few series here, too, to be exact, on the secondary stream. First one should definitely be an interesting one, but probably more so due to the fact that it's going to be a little favored to one team, to put it in very gracious terms.
I will say it would not be collegiate esports if we didn't have those resounding, those David v. Goliath matchups from time to time here. But there's been always the chance for things to turn around when, sometimes when we're least expecting it here. So I'm not particularly going to run this one away from either Juniata or Mount Union just yet, Gopher.
Yeah, there's always a chance. I mean, there's always a chance, is what I'll say. But at that.
Well, speaking of the teams themselves, let's take a look at the rosters that we have prepared for y'all today. The 5-on-5 matchup that'll be taking place. I do not particularly know which one we're starting with, though. Let's take a look at Juniata. There we go. Here we go.
Oh, yeah.
The Juniata Eagles. We've got Volantis in our top, of course, Onihan in the jungle, Ceruleum, and then Leo and Crimson Corvus.
Yeah, got ourselves a nice wide array of college experiences here, from the freshman to senior level. That's always nice. Got some old, some young uns.
Particularly, I never really bring it up, but we have had some circumstances where you've got these teams that come in, a lot of freshmen, some of, not JV, but the less experienced in terms of the competitive collegiate scene. And, they do match up against those that are sometimes the full senior or, the players with some tenure behind their belt. That's actually what we saw, I believe, in week 2 here, at least when I was covering what was, I believe, the Challengers Yellow last time around.
Take your word for it, because I was not around for that.
That's a crazy thought.
Crazy.
That's crazy, Gopher. All right, moving on, though. We've got just as good as some competition lined up against it. Mount Union on the other end of the bracket here. Top down, Spice Rack, Speedy Killer Ninja, Convicted Leah, and Real Blackbird. And, well, I'll tell you what, age might not be the difference, but plenty more majors to work with on their own end.
Yeah, definitely got a lot more majors here. Nice wide variety. Or wait, no, got two computer
Do computer
science.
science, Mr. Gopher.
They're not even the bot lane combo. Like if you had two computer science majors in the bot lane, okay, yeah, that'd be some good synergy. But
No, we do not. It looks like,
yeah.
actually, just checking at the current roster, technically, this actually isn't in order. From what it looks like, Convicted and Leah are actually our bot lane roster. Well, moving forward, we'll take a look at the draft here, already making our way through. And we have a little bit of a treat this time around. We're not actually having a separate off-stream pro draft. The teams are actually going to be banning live in client. I know that's not maybe particularly exciting to you guys, but being able to tell when and why these bans come through is definitely a little bit better for us here behind the desk.
Yeah, especially since at least the most common website tool, ProDraft, it's known for being very well functioning as a piece of software. I'll leave it at that. Either way, though, pretty potent power pick taken off the table here. We've been seeing a bunch of Jinx, a bunch of Corki, a bunch of Diego, all in competitive. A couple of very personal jabs at the enemy teams from each side coming out with some bans. And let's see what the first pick is here, Zephyr, because...
Well, Alulu Sakir here, looking for some staying support, potentially to rotate towards that bot side, maybe looking for a really aggressive hyper 80 carry to pair with it, unless they want to take it up top. Granted, haven't really seen the flex Lulu in quite a while, but a quick response for a bot lane to be secured here on the opposer side. Caitlyn and what I assume will be Lux, fairly pokey.
Yeah, it's been a combo we've been seeing a lot this season. Basically, if you're familiar with Caitlyn Morgana, you'll be like, okay, this is like that. There's less utility, a little less safety, but there's a hell of a lot more poke, a hell of a lot more range. And when you combine the ace in the hole with the final spark, that can be a bit of a doozy for some people to deal with.
Trying to get a look at what these next picks might work out to be if there is going to be the counter. Thankfully, Lulu can work to dissuade some of the pressure that comes from that bot lane. Combo and the Felius will definitely pair well into it, especially as it scales later into the game. Definitely has a higher ceiling compared to that Caitlyn when it is put out there in the meta. And putting another high tempo scaler in the mid as well, being that of the Syndra, continues to at least embellish the win condition that we're seeing here.
And if you want to, you can make a point that all these picks are fully purple so far here. So that's a little something if you want to go off of that. But you do have the hard scaling in the Aphelios plus Lulu. You have the Syndra here, which does much better in the early to mid games before being fairly decent in the late game. So far, we're seeing a nice little bit of scaling curvature coming on out here.
Yeah. What's your opinions on Vex? I know we had quite the Vex meta some time ago here, but it's definitely fallen off, but still holds some place in at least some teams' compositions. But do you have any opinion regarding that?
So one really weird thing about Vex I noticed, she has base 26 MR, which kind of really tilts me, because she only gets 0.5 per level. But I've been seeing the Vex. It doesn't disappoint me. It can surprise me sometimes. It just seems to be one of those picks where it's like, if your mid laner is comfortable on it, yeah, you can lock it on in. But it does typically have a harder time into the control mages like the Syndra, who will be able to outclear the wave, outrange the Vex until the Shadow Assault is available. The Shadow Surge is available to let you get that all-in power. Kendo gonna be locked in here, or Juniata. I don't remember how to pronounce that.
No worries.
It's
a toughie.
That's what you think it is at first, but then there's a bit of joking about it being pronounced like Pinata. I'm like, wait, what?
It's close. Either way, bans flew through fairly quickly here. Almost all of them are resounding at top or jungle ban across the board. Kane continuing to accelerate what we see here from Mount Union, giving their general pick composition that they have drafted out for themselves. The Gnar, though, in response to start securing the top, which I can only assume will be paired with some solid engage there in the jungle alongside that Nunu to give not only a front towards this composition, but the engage they were sorely lacking up until this point.
Granted, the Nunu and Willump isn't the most hardcore of engage, the most like guaranteed of engage, because you do have to walk a little bit back. You have to start rolling up the snowball, and it is a little bit more telegraphed compared to like some more standard hard engage, like say the Gragas body slam, say the Malphite ultimate. Not going to be quite the case here, and it can lead to those situations where you want to engage, but when the enemy team is slippery, it might be a little hard to do. Granted, it's not like the enemy team here for Juniata College. Super hyper mobile, and you should have a nice time clearing against that Kane. I'm curious to see what the early gank paths are here for this Nunu Zephyr, because we all know that the Nunu loves to get that first clear on in. You then roll up a snowball, drop in one of the lanes like you're riding the battle bus, and it's Fortnite, and then hopefully you get a kill.
If Tomato Town's somewhere on the Rift tonight, I'm going to assume it might be that mid, especially towards that Syndra, taking advantage of that lack of mobility. And of course, if you miss out on that Scatter of the Week, then you have a full ride forward, especially pairing align some of those mid picks. Jace, though, was the last thing that was set in stone here for Mount Union, so we'll touch on that real quick. Definitely could play into the Gnar fairly well. It does suffer from the fact that it won't bring as much of a team presence in comparison to that pickup, but still a great top lane Jace player. Can be a deciding factor if you finally get him to that really extreme kind of poke that at least some of us know him for. If that doesn't come online, though, NA Jace might be making his appearance here today.
Yeah, thankfully, you do have that super strong laning phase as the Jace. I know top laners around the world tend to collectively groan sometimes when they have to deal with the Jace, since it is one of those ranged top laners, and those carry a bit of a negative connotation among the Chad melee top laners, as they like to call themselves. But either way, though, with when you have the Jace, when you have the Caitlyn, when you have the Lux, that is a lot of long-range poke and harass coming on out. And I'm wondering if the Juniata College composition is looking to, hey, we're going to first whittle you on down with those 3 picks. Then we have this Vex, we have this Kane, who can go in and probably just finish off some low health bars, and then we can work.
Well, I think it's a game of survivability in that case. Mount Union will have the tools to find what they want in terms of these individual kills, especially in the early to mid game. But if they don't get the opportunity to pull that trigger, I think the front to back composition here from Juniata will accelerate as the game goes on and find definitely what will be their win condition. Anyway, that's going to be left up to the Rift, especially as we make our way into our game 1 here. Me and Gopher, we're going to be taking a short break as we make our way through the last minutes of this spectator delay. Stick around. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the NECC, and we're quickly approaching our first game here of the second stream. A lot quicker than the 30 seconds may have led you to believe otherwise, but hey, we like getting action on the Rift as soon as possible here. I'm still your play-by-play Zephyr. Gopher's still with me, hasn't quite escaped my clutches yet. Yes, and we're still bringing you the matchup here between Juniata and Mount Union.
And got a very standard line of scrimmage being set on up here. Nobody wanting to go for anything too fishy. Does make sense. My biggest question mark is going to be, of course, where does Speedy Kill Ninja go as this Nunu? Because mentioned in Champion Select, I'll mention it again. You want to get that early clear up, just down, charge up a snowball, and then drop somewhere. Whether it's Tomato Town, Tilted Towers, or it's been like 3 years since I've
Twisted Towers. I literally did this last night, but hold the phone there. That's a big flash. Now 1 minute to go. You talk about early rotations. Maybe it's time to look at the opposite end here. Wonhan playing on that game. Might be able to find something in the mid. We talked about rotating towards that Syndra. Definitely going to have way more access now.
Of course, it is an unevolved Kayn, so it's not the biggest gank threat. You're gonna have to pair it here with Ceruleum just getting a Flash Fear off, assuming that the Shadow Surge is not available. If we do see Spice Rack do push up far enough on the Syndra, however, then yeah, you definitely can go for it. Otherwise, it might be a little bit hard, given... Well,
that's true.
Either way, though, gonna be very vulnerable. And if it does mean that Ceruleum gets Prio, gets wave control in this mid lane, that's always going to spell good things when it comes to this game. I
was going to say, Ceruleum looks like a bully right now. Taking lunch money, taking names in the mid lane, already poking out Spice Rack. And it's to be expected, especially with the Vex already having a lot in her toolkit to do so from the very start of the game. But still, good wave management, good control, taking every additional auto possible has provided well here for Ceruleum thus far, and will continue to do so. But it does go hand in hand with your point, though. More than likely won't be finding Wonhan into that lane, especially if you continue to aggress like that.
So with this half-health Syndra for Spice Rack, maybe. Because that is a pretty damn well burstful range here. They do want to. But the biggest thing right now is, if we take a look at all the lanes here, Junie out of college, they kind of have Prio in all of them. Okay, maybe mid lane's a little bit more even-ish. You're not exactly shoved into the turret, but
you're right.
Prio in all
Let's
your
be
lanes.
honest, you're right.
That makes the jungler love.
Find their full clear, but potentially, I'd like to see, like you talked about earlier, that rotation come through from Nu to find his way into one of these lanes. He's going to go for the lane gank with the snowball here. This won't allow Juniata to go and see this one. Long-range snowball, unable to find its target here. Leo gonna have to make his quick escape, but a flash forward there will force that one. Ooh, Wonhan quick in his own response, and I love the bind. A great first blood found there here for Arcane, and plenty more action across the map.
Yeah, could argue that Mount Union maybe got a little bit too greedy on that, because after you got rooted from the Lux there, probably should just take a bit of a chill pill. You got out a little bit of summoner spells there. In the end, it does cost you that first blood.
Wonhan already on the enemy jungle. I love the flash there. Prevents the Sky. I don't think it was completely necessary. There's not really any major kill pressure here from Mount Union, but still, putting some work down here won't really net him anything more than, I guess, the Raptors.
More orbs. More orbs.
More orbs. All right, you're right.
Always got to be. It's the Sigma Kayn grind set. You got to get them orbs.
He's pondering.
Money on your mind. I guess orbs on your mind can never get enough.
Never stop pondering that orb. It's really him here. Finally taking some punishment back. Hasn't made any objective to move towards that fountain as a result. No real mana to make any poke with. Gonna be finally on that rotation. We'll see what they pick up here, having that double wave advantage over Spice Rack.
Did start with the corrupting potion, so yeah, I don't think it's enough to finish off the last chapter. I thought, okay, I didn't think there was going to be a kill there, but just wanted to get ready just in case one Han got a little bit too adventurous there.
A little bit too spicy on the Rift already. Might have been a punishment, but hey. Back in the mid here, Cerulean now looking even better there with the Dark Seal to work with. And Ice Rack not quite hitting as hard, especially knowing that that Corrupting Potion will always be there to provide the necessary sustain. And I love this. Crimson Corvus coming to shadow the lane, potentially set up a great notion of when teams have nice control and know what they really want to do is the fact that they have that on-time rotation from their supports to not just find priority, but also look for those pickups when necessary.
And they definitely are looking. The Flash has come back up for Spice Rack. Enough time had passed. So, once again, does have that skill for safety. However, since it is the level 6 point, Shadow Surge is in play here. Flash may just be damned if that happens to land, and there happens to be a one-Han in the area, but when we're talking about ganks, here's a snowball. There's a snowball.
There's a few more. Not quite hitting the door like we might want them to. Really able to find their way out of this one, back towards the mid, and it's a bit of a waste. I didn't think there was much of a response that could have been found there from that Vex had come through with a little bit more pace. Now, one Han making his way back through from the blue side, can definitely follow up when necessary. Even go for quite the wide flank here with Crimson.
That or they're just waiting for Speedy. No, they're just walking up to Speedy. It's good binding. There should be a kill.
More than that, yeah. That's a full kill there. Fantastic. It does land on Crimson, though. Now the problem is you've got this bot lane coming through. One on with a quick Shadow Surge, and the final auto there from Spice Rack won't be able to pick up the kill. It's 2 for Juniata with no punishment from Mount Union whatsoever.
I like the thought process there from Convicted, from Laya. All right, they're deep in our jungle. Let's roam up and punish. But the thing about the Shadow Surge is it lets the Vex kind of fly at you from a few screens away. When that lands, Convicted more or less rights there. Very definitive dub here for Juniata. Also able to get the Dragon off the back of it. One of the golden metrics of winning in League is not only do you take the fight win, but you also take the objective win after that. And they're able to get both. See if this snowball lands.
Not with the flash available. Does pull back from Volantis, but already you're seeing the difference in the level advantage. Granted, top lane hasn't done much of anything, including move from this position. But now, still, poor position here. Convicted, taking advantage. The full Crescendum Severum. Way too far forward there.
Yeah, a little disrespectful is my gut feeling for Leo there. Because you are just a one-man army in that bot lane, and sure, there is no root available for the Filios, the Gravitum not up, but it's a very big damage comp. And you decided to eat enough damage to lose your health bar. That's going to give one back over to Mount Union. They'll be pretty happy about that going to their hyper carry. There's another gank, though, from Spain, forcing out the flash.
Still unable to really find what they want up there, but does it matter? We're looking at an almost 30 CS 40 for Volantis on this Jace here, and we talked about the scaling the potential, that aggressive nature that can come about from a pick like that, and we made some jokes, NA Jace, the problems that might occur, but it doesn't look like that's in Juniata's field here today, doing more than fine.
The Jace definitely enjoys this matchup because you kind of outrange the Gnar mostly, and you have the much stronger all-in, unless it is Mega Gnar, but given your range, you're usually able to kite around the Gnar. It can be so helpful, and the Gnar, once the Gnar does fall behind, it can be rough. Still, this lane can be turned if a gank does land, and we talked about it early on. We talked about it early on. We want to see that new snowball gank come through. We've seen them come through, we just haven't really seen them land.
Ooh, maybe this time around your wishes will be granted. Shadow Surge forward there from Krillion. That's going to be routing back towards the river. Ooh, unable to escape the absolute zero, but in the Umbral Trespass to potentially find that double that you call out even before I. That's a fantastic pickup for one Han here.
I think Speedy Kill Ninja just kind of got Spice Rat killed there, in all honesty, because they were dead to rights. There were no minions to eat off of. You have like 10% health against a Shadow Assassin Kayn that ulted on you. I would say just walk away from your mid laner. Make that 1-for-1. You'll be fine, but nope. Gonna be the 2-for-1 here. Now we have a 3-0-2 Shadow.
Big grabbed him, found there. Will be punished with that Moonlight Vigil. Exhaust pressures Leo back from finding that kill, but the ace in the hole. Convicted, able to put up a front here
snowball
for his team fights. And
no flash.
no big misses thus far. Oh, the 50 caliber net. Still, though, the resounding snow finds its way forward there. So he's still picking up those kills, whether they land or not. But one Han, he wants to look for more. Nice snipe there. Now Convicted, the next on his margin. Ooh, one more auto would do it, but the flash! Fantastic kiting here from Convicted.
A little close for comfort. There is always that fine margin between pure brilliance and pure craziness. Thankfully for Convicted, they're able to ride that fine line and come out a genius there. And that's a huge shutdown as well. That was 650 gold in the bank off that Kayn kill. That's not accounting for the fact that they were also able to pick up Crimson's there. So this is a pretty damn big Aphelios with that fully completed Gale Force. Where's our hearts?
Those are always a
There's
challenge.
going to be a lot of kill threat in this lane that they were already exerting a lot of kill threat. Final spin.
We'll see how that fares. One Han is still definitely an issue on the map. He's opted to go for the Shadow Assassin, and now finds his way into this top lane. Of course, you're going to see leap from Blackbird, but with damage like that, you never really can walk away from your problems. Ace in the hole now, back down towards the bot. Even the final spark to find the ultimate there. That'll be it for Convicted. He might be strong, but he's not strong enough. And even Speedy, kill a ninja. Maybe make it one more in the mid. It's pressure from all angles here. Oh,
some
here
more
we go.
angles,
there
here's
you go.
some more pressure. Alright, there you go.
Feels bad he had it. I love that I'm nitpicking. I feel like such an ass. Unnecessary, but like the Umbral Trespass coming out that last moment there, you know, feels a little bad. He you know, just miss it. If you know what, if a team has, if my only nitpicks are on the slight micro disadvantages, you know you're far ahead. You know you're leading by a long shot here.
Like, Mount Union is kind of behind on all fronts here, except for in the AD carry department. But even then, with the CS advantage, which the extra 2 assists here for Liu, it's at least in the ballpark. It's not a blowout lead. Not like there being a 6-1-3 Assassin Kayn. You know, it's gonna be a fun one to deal with. Thankful I don't have to face that right now.
I haven't faced anything like that in eons. I went cold turkey, Gopher. I escaped.
Oh, your loss. Oh,
You say oh like it is my loss. Come on, you can't sit here and tell me you actually you get resounding pleasure from this game sometimes, my friend.
Occasionally. I'm a hardcore ARAM player now. Because I just, the queue times for normals are just way too long. Like,
Gopher, that's what happens.
You go in.
It's a progression. You start, you
it's
say
like
you're
2 minutes, you get into
ARAM.
Champion Select. You spend another 3 minutes in Champion Select. Then in one of the last 2 picks, someone has to dodge. Here's a snowball. We'll see if the dodges do come through, because we haven't seen one hit yet. Speak the devil.
First one to hit, but can't follow through. Atlantis is quick to follow there. And now, Spice Rack with the good fear won't be able to find their way to safety. Still, Atlantis chasing under turret that picks up that kill and continues to put Juniata on the forward foot here.
Quite the forward foot, to say the least. We have one Han here sitting in this brush, undetected. I mean, Mount Union's bot lane has a inkling of a clue that Crimson's around here, but for all they know, one Han might have just dipped. That's one of the things about Kayn, especially Shadow Assassin Kayn. You get so much extra leverage, extra speed.
Grillum coming
this should
in
be a
as well.
wash.
convicted them both under 10. One Hon actually fairly low from juggling the majority of that, but that Lux ultimate will put damage on the field. A Shadow Surge to secure that much and more, but a punishment on the other side of the map. Mount Union at least picking up a response onto Volantis, but hey, at the same time, you're dropping tier 1, what will more than likely be a huge chunk of damage onto that tier 2 and priority on these other waves.
Yep. Only just getting some damage in now on this turret. We already have the objective bounties coming through here for Mount Union. Oh lord, this you don't want to be tanking that.
Now straight onto Spice Rack. That's it for our Syndra here. One Han quickly punishing the rotation that was to be predicted. And now we'll take a healthy leash here from Speedy Killer Ninja. Granted, doesn't have the smite.
Maybe just let it reset.
Quite risk it, especially with the bite available. Thankfully, rotating up, that'll make sure he's more than safe to secure the Rifty.
Yep, that is fed Shadow Assassin for you. The W lands on you, and you go, yep, that's my health bar. And then he uses the Shadow Assault, and you're like, there goes the rest of my health bar. So, it does kind of feel like it is Juniata's college game. Yeah. They're 8K ahead. You have massively fed members on your top side of the map, especially in the jungle, leading in every single objective metric here.
Major item advantage.
Yeah. It's certainly a big one. And Mount Union has their work cut out for them. They are to come back in this game.
I mean, my only requirement here, looking at this game, was they just had to survive, right? They had drafted already a composition that was built around early, mid-game, high pick, high tempo here for Juniata, and there's a great front to back in response to Mount Union. It's never going to really see the light of day, though, when you're dying that much and so much bleeding is occurring. Like, where does Syndra go? Where does Syndra go there? At this point, there's too much pressure to respond from the surmount of CC on all angles here, so as you just kind of have to take it.
Because that's the thing we highlighted in Champion Select here. With the Galen, with the Lux, with the Jace, shooting out of college, I mean, they can do a lot to you from outside of your interaction.
Oh, yeah.
You kind of have to sit
like
there.
Right there. Like right there!
Yeah.
It just
we see
isn't
fair.
fair. Speedy Kill Ninja can't even step up to put damage there down onto Leo, and Real Blackbird might be in place to set something, be a frontline, start an engage, but you've already lost Convicted. You've already lost Leah. Spice Rack will step up here, and thankfully the blast cone's up, but does it matter? Follow through from One Han will make sure you're more than dead. At this point here, Juniata, they just don't care. They're running this one down step for step.
I would say it's a bit more like leap by leap at this point, because
jump by jump. There you go.
Shove by shove, jump by jump, mosey by mosey. You want to use more old-timey language.
A rosy
Here comes the snowball. There's a Meganar available, so they might be able to get some big shutdowns here, but they have to use it soon.
Down already.
That's a mini Nar now.
Real Blackbird looking fairly low there. That ace in the hole, not quite up, would have been almost perfect in that situation, but still. That is the last standing tier 2 up on the board with this wave crashing from Volantis. Might be able to finally seal the deal there, put the nail in the coffin on this one.
Because the coffin's already there. You got the bodies in the bag.
And the saddest
You
part
just
about
gotta
it,
secure the bag.
Mount Union, they're the ones who dug the hole this entire time.
Yeah. Like, we saw the effort come on out. Speedy Killer Ninja tried so damn hard, but none of those ganks ever really landed. Never even really forcing out a flash, from what I could tell, aside from one or two circumstances. Whereas One Han, they're just there, pick up scraps, get the counter ganks, 1v1 in the jungle, pick up some members who extend a little too far, and next thing you know, it's Unstoppable Kane with 3 whole items per 20 minutes. That's a lot of just flat lethality, and that's gonna blow up anything here for Mount Union.
don't know what the statistic is, but they do say if at a certain point you're a substance of gold ahead, right? At minute timer like 20, then the game is simply unwinnable. And as it stands currently, we're looking at an almost 14,000 gold lead just on the cusp of our 20-minute mark here. And I'll be honest, as much as I love to play for the underdog working into situations like these, you're looking at some major mistakes necessary for Juniata, right? If Mount Union wants any way back in this, Juniata just needs to throw themselves into this game here, and I just don't think that occurs. And I've said it for years, ever since I start casting. The minute you start having to rely on your enemy making mistakes to pull off your win condition, game's over.
Yeah, it's not even just like a mistake or two. Like, it would have to be like such a comedy of errors. There should at least be a big shutdown. What does it cost?
Yeah, I was about to say, what do they lose in response here? And Volantis makes short work of 3, so at this point, the game might just be over here.
Yeah.
A 2v3 situation. They are able to pick up inhib. They might want to pull this one back. Waves still crashing. They could just find their way back towards the Baron. And the sad thing is, even in moments like those, where the kills do come through, where you do make, the solid engage to at least find Volantis and 1Han, yeah, big shutdown, big kills found. You're losing macro everywhere else on the map, though, at the same time.
Yeah. Yeah. It's over. Like, or just hear voices talking over the game at this point. I mean, technically, that's what we always are, but it's just, that one Simpsons meme where it's like, stop, he's already dead. It's the whole team.
Stop, he's already dead. Well, they are going to go full reset. 1Han, Volantis, back up everyone with an absurd gold baddie items to boot here.
Over in the bot lane.
Now surpassing even a 20k gold lead. I mean, this is the first time in a long time that I've actually seen a game go past 20k. This is a 23k gold lead. That is absurd. I don't think I have a recollection of a maximum past 20 gold lead.
How?
Ever. In my entire casting career. All 3+ years of casting League of Legends. I think this is the first time ever.
I've seen it. I've seen it a few times. It happens every now and then. We're seeing it here in front of our eyes. It's like we saw Convicted get blown up there.
Ooh.
Business as usual.
Leah here now. 1Han in the back, utilizing that Emerald Trespass, will be able to find that kill. Black follow next. Volantis continuing that one forward. Woo! A full team wipeout, and now the final tier towers. It took maybe a bit longer than maybe you were expecting, but 23 minutes is still fairly short in my book, especially for a game 1 here. Final odds to take down Nexus and take us to game 2.
Just pan the KDA there, like,
one more.
That's one of the things about League of Legends. When you are this far ahead, it does typically mean you have to wait until past the 20-minute mark, just with how objectives in.
It's rough.
Just so there's at least a bit of cushioning for the team behind. But like you said, there's a 20k goal differential. You just kind of walk it down and end it there. And
I know this is collegiate. I know we get these massive skill disparities, and I think it's going to go back to this fundamental concept. In moments like this, you have to rely just straight simple facts. You can't be bleeding like that. You can't be feeding kills. I mean, I'm not even looking for a source of engage from, say, something like that Nunu. Even if the team had just survived with no deaths across the board, hadn't even picked up a kill, they would look far better going into that post-20 like you bring up. So starting with the basics is where I look at for Mount Union here. I mean, I can't embellish on picks, comps, or anything, because at its core, something needs to change here for this college.
Yeah. Like, it's one of those things where you can't just ban out a single problematic champion from the last game. It's a macro issue. It's a team difference issue. Like, banning the Kayn isn't really going to solve that game where your ganks weren't really working out. You were kind of losing a lot of your lanes in the top side. We'll see if they are at least able to bring it back in this next game, because it is a best of 3.
Right. In these situations, while I may not be favoring one side, of course, towards that win, at least it is a experience to learn here, especially with the season still being as early as it is. It's one of the best situations where you can find yourself at least picking up some experience that might carry this team forward later on in the season once they get a little bit more in terms of their bootstraps pulled back up here. Either way, for us on the desk, we'll be going towards a short break as we get everything wrapped towards our game 2. Stick around, as it could potentially be the last. Welcome back to the NECC 2. We've still got more games on the board here for our first series between Juniata and Mount Union. If you missed that first one, you'll have to go back and check it out for sure. It's one of the biggest gold disparities that I think we've really ever seen here at the NECC. A 23K lead at almost 22 minutes, an absurd standard to look at. I'm still Zephyr. This is still Gopherino. We're going to be making our way into draft here, actually.
Yeah, in just a hot minute here. Or a few seconds.
Or
depending, yeah, because sometimes the players are like, yeah, we're ready, and then they're like, yeah, we're just kind of joshing you. It's just a prank, just a social experiment. But we'll see in just a bit here, because it definitely was a blink and you'll miss it sort of last game with how fast-paced it felt, and just how quickly it kind of crumbled to the point of where, yeah, that's a Juniata win right there.
Yeah. Juniata finding success in their own right. Yeah, Juniata. It is Juniata. They're very aggressive about this. I'll send you. I feel like I can send you the video behind the scenes. They've got a cute little video where they sound it out all day long. Juniata.
Because it really confuses me, because there's also this VTuber I watch called Juniper Actius, which sounds really damn similar.
That's really similar.
Yeah. So I'm like, just thinking about that VTuber, I'm like, no, I'm pretty sure this is a college team and not a VTuber college team. That'd be interesting if there's a VTuber college. I think the industry's still a little too new for that. But either way, very familiar faces on the ban board here. Not too surprised. What we're looking for, Zephyr, was much more of like a team-wide mindset, more of that macro improvement, macro step up going into this game from Mountain.
Right. And I think it doesn't start in bans for sure. There is a whole lot more here from Mount Union that we need to see in terms of just the general pace of how they play. And granted, sides have swapped here, but I don't know if that really amounts to anything.
Yeah, it could mean, very importantly, you might be able to snag a pick. That's very juicy. This ain't gonna be the insta-lock in here, it looks like, for Mount Union. For Juniata College. See what magic Wenhan's able to work with on that. Maybe not as hard of a snowballer as that Shadow Form Kane, but can make a hell of a lot happen in the early game and kind of can get the team-wide sort of snowball going.
Right. Looking this time around, though, for Mount Union, they've picked out that Jhin first, which kind of, especially alongside the Lux, now in opposite-ended fashion here, gives me this kind of idea that they're looking for their own aggressive tendencies in the bot lane, but it's not like you're going to see Juniata just let up here. They're going to be pushing back with twice as much or even harder of a response. I mean, drafting that Lucian shows me that they're looking to play no matter what you throw at them.
And we'll have to see what the Lucian's paired with. We've been seeing a lot of Lucian Nami since the mini rework changes last season, because the Nami Tide College Blessing works so well with the Ardent Blaze passive of Lucian. There it is. It's going to give a lot of strong all-in power here, and Jhin Lux is a very immobile lane. We see Leo dash in with a Crimson Corvus just boost on top of them. It might be securing a kill, it might be securing a flash here, because Jhin Lux, they kind of want to keep you at a bit of a range.
Yes, they do. Now, Gnar picked up on the opposite end, another flip this time around. I guess they saw these things and decided my apologies. It is going to be Gnar back on the side here of Mount Union. Did not quite flip that one around. It's only the Lux pick doing the change here. So trying to run through with that one again. The problem is top lane still leaves a wealth of opportunity open, especially if they want to go for the long-range counter again with the Jace. I really don't think it looked that bad in Volantis' hands, especially if Mount Union don't look for the ban here.
But the thing is, even if you ban the Jace, there will be other options to bully out that Gnar lane. I'm trying to think off the top of my head. 'Cause there's a bunch of like counters that just really got the Gnar. Tom Kench, the Timothy Kench, instead going to be the ban here. Does mean the Jace is open. It would mean you have once again a very heavy AD composition here, since you already have Lucian Lee Sin, and then throwing in another very bursty attack damage champion might make it so you're a little too one-sided on the damage, but they made it work last game, and it's not the end of the world. It's more of a slight discrepancy. Riven, that's not something I typically see into the Gnar here, Zephyr.
That is not something I typically see at all in most cases, or not. It's definitely a boom or bust. It is the duelist more than anything, I would say. I mean, if you're picking out the Riven, you're basically throwing into a straight skill one-on-one matchup. And am I surprised? No. Would I be personally tilted trying to play into something like that? Maybe just a little bit. It feels almost a little BM. Go for it.
Yeah, but we saw the lane matchup go in favor of Valentis last game in the 1v1. Riven, certainly a champion you could snowball with in the 1v1 if you're confident, and when it's Mini-Gnar does not have CC, has to hop away from you, but as long as you get on top of that little Yordle, you might just be able to make mincemeat of it.
Well, final pickups before we moved away from that draft were being the Ahri here for the side of Juniata, and of course the Rammus picked up in the jungle for Mount Union. Now the Ahri, I can find a source of understanding why that's picked out there. Definitely holds just as much pressure, and the aggro that we saw say something out of like the Vex last time, so giving a lot of the utility on the same kind of foot as game one. The Rammus, I think, is more of a direct source of engage here, but I think it'd be heavily countered, especially when we look towards picks like that Ahri that are now on the board.
It is a very mobile pick, and there's a lot of mobility on this Juniata squad here. You got Lee Sin, you got Riven, you got Ahri, you got Lucian, all pretty damn mobile champs that might be a little pesky for the Rammus to get on top of. Granted, it is a very heavy auto attack based enemy team. So as the Rammus, when you start building armor, you will at least feel pretty good about it, given the fact that Rammus is a very armor centric champion. So there is that.
Well, Mount Union has gone for something that is a little bit more tempoed. As you've already brought up with the Rammus, it does extend even further into those picks like the Lux, like the Jhin that have started to come out. And while, yes, they do technically scale a bit more towards the mid, compared to what was game one, where it was that standard front to back that we know and love for League of Legends, they, this time around, are definitely playing more for the early to mid, which is right inside Juniata's wheelhouse. And that scares me, Gopher. You're basically saying, we're going to try to play your win condition against you, and if it doesn't work out, well then we're potentially even looking even worse than game one here.
Yeah, it could just be a case of go big or go home here, Zephyr, because it's like, clearly the gank strats did not work out last game. We weren't really winning any of the lanes. Let's just do a bit of a YOLO Hail Mary in the early game. That lands. Maybe we go to the game 3 here. Maybe we secure this dub. If not, well, what can you say?
It's a learning experience. Well, Hail Mary in the air, receiver downfield. We'll see if Mount Union are able to make the catch. As for us on desk, we're going to be pulling this one away towards another break. That spectator delay, pesky as always. Get some snacks, some refreshments, plenty of action still a ways ahead as we make our way to break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the NECC. We're bringing you the second game here of Juniata versus Mount Union. Juniata currently leading 1-0 with a massive win on their belt, a landslide, some would say, coming out of game one. I'm still your play-by-play caster, Zephyr, alongside me being that of Gopher Reno as my color.
Got a bit of a 5-man invade going on. This should be very exciting for the ladies and gentlemen and esteemed enemies of the audience here, Zephyr. If it does work out, if it does get spotted, like it did just now, maybe not as much.
Trying to find maybe a source of cheese to start the game, but I'll tell you what, Gopher, it's smelly, it stinks, and it just isn't working. You're going to have to put that one back up on the shelf. The problem, though, now you have given Juniata exactly what they want, a source of information on this right, and ooh, they themselves looking to get even smellier.
I would say spicier, not smellier
Spicy.
here.
Okay, sure.
College dorms are pretty damn on the nose about telling people to shower. I know my freshman year, they're like, all right, this is your guys' first time away from home. You're 18, you're feeling happy, you don't have those obligations.
Oh, no.
We'll hold that thought because this should just be a slaughter.
Real Black might be able to find the flash over the wall, but with a knock-up and CC like that, it's over. An ignite, but not even... Whew, feels like almost like a waste, but Brilliam still finds the kill there. It's the first one of the game, and to no surprise, it's Juniata.
The ignite more or less just in case we see a Real Black flash there. Since it is a shorter cooldown, it means you won't have your flash. The ignite comes back up before the flash. But Real Blackbird just kind of accepting their fate. They're like, yeah, I think I'm a done person here. A lot of damage in this bot lane being traded on
exhaust.
off.
And they already utilized that cleanse. Big flash to get out of Speedy Kill and Ninja. Unable to find the taunt there, and now they're able to pull back to tower. Still, though, that's better. I like that. Those are some huge summoners to pull. Granted, you did drop the flash there from Leah as well as the exhaust from Convicted in the process.
Little costly there, because that's the thing with the level 2 Rammus when you roll into lane. You have to start that W before you're clear. Since you don't have that taunt, so you just kind of flash on them and go, howdy ho, stranger. Howdy ho to you too. I'm gonna walk away, and the Rammus does. Yeah, you do that. It'll be a different story next time, though, when I have my...
Next time with the taunt on board, a little bit more chutzpah, a cute armadillo. I guess. I mean, that's subjective. Do you think... Oh, one Han, what are you doing, man? What are you doing, man, on my stream?
That was off screen, at least. Puppy, what are you doing? My dog just wandered into the room. Zuki, do you have anything to say for stream? No? You're just gonna walk away?
Oh, did we get the Zuki cast? Oh my gosh. Risen,
yeah,
Risen has the opportunity.
Next game. She'll be a little annoyed that I would take her off her bed, but...
don't do
basically,
that.
I've set up a system with my dog where I show her on cam for a little bit. She gets a little bit cheap. Nice little binding to stop that aggression here in the bot lane.
Woo! Convicted, the turnaround. That's some of the pressure we talked about with the Jin Lux combo being drafted out. That poke, the presence of the damage being available right from the get-go. And now, Wanhan looking to find revenge here. Has a flash shield onto Crimson Corp. Steps up for Connie, and not even the last auto will do the job now for Leah. Remember that flash no longer available from that early fight. The binding not quite available. It's a huge double for Wanhan, and I'll tell you what, I'm getting a sense of deja vu here.
Yeah, a deja vu pronounced just like Juniata, so I guess D. I don't know.
Yeah. Well,
I thought there was something with that. Turns out they're just a little too far off. Stun, but the red buff kicks.
Sonic find its way forward to follow through. A nice charm from Krillium to secure it just as well, picking up even more kills to continue to buff this Lee Sin. And that's a lot of, I guess, where this win condition comes from when we talk about Juniata. They put high presence towards their jungle, and then they transfer that lane to lane. And most of these waves are usually in a state that are in winning position when we talk about top or bot. So in response, you know, it makes for easy pickings when one Han finally gets the opportunity to make his way.
Yep, and 3-1-1. Certainly going to have a lot of your way here as this leads in the early game. Got to give you a lot of presence, a lot of. That's a good charm. Should not be the kill here, but it's gonna make Spice Rack. Wrong word. Charm lands once again though. This should be.
Already forward one Han there to put one more auto attack in the books. Plenty more to come for the rest of this game, but that one's definitely gotta hurt even more, especially knowing that it's given him is that 4th kill. Flash forward from Volantis, and with the broken blade to follow through, it's another kill for Juniata. My gosh, it's only 6 minutes into the game, and there's 6 kills, 1 for each.
It's not spiraled out of control yet, but when we talk about early game leads, they're at like 2.5k already. That's kind of super massive at this point in the game, but here comes the Rammus.
Finally.
What can Speedy Kill do here?
A nice exhaust prevents the damage from coming through there from Leo, and that's going to be a huge punish. I would have loved to see that kill go the way of Convicted, but a kill's a kill. It still is showing me there's a lot more presence this time around out of Speedy, but look how quickly, I was going to say one Han is there for response. Doesn't matter.
It's a nice little
has
binding.
The 1v1.
Here comes the squad. There goes the squad.
There goes the squad, just as out as they were in.
Yeah, we outed.
Goes to show how scary one Han is right now.
If you're, it's like, it was a 3 versus 2. I think I could have done it. You had the CC to layer to just keep this Lee Sin in place from one Han, especially since it was before one Han had been able to back, was only sitting on the longsword really, but now with this back, sitting on that cauliflower warhammer and the iron spike whip, I forget which one. It's the chain spike. Either way though, that's a lot of damage for this Lee Sin that's snowballing that you are going to be forced to deal with.
Now, he hasn't really put much of a pressure back towards the bottom lane. It was in, I would say, a appropriate time period. A lot of the ganks that have come through from one Han have been Shadow, right? After the fact, trying to respond towards aggression from Convicted Leah. I'd love to see him set up for something more direct. The problem, though, which I got to give credit to Mount Union this game, is the fact that they're playing a really good job of controlling the bot side, but with moves like that and damage from a calling like this, my point stands moot. It is a double for Leo, just as quick as I slander him. Just as quick as I do it.
There are two forms of the calling. Hold that thought, because it's a lot of damage.
Ooh, it's on the right target. It's a huge shutdown for Spice Rack. Finally, some gold for the Sindra to work with after not just this game, but the first as well.
Yeah, making up a lot for last game. Gold lead has technically grown a bit, but to Mount Union's credit, it's at least not spiraling completely out of control. And with shutdowns like that, if they're able to get some more of those, if they're able to just get some more kills in their pockets here, level out a lot of the playing field, because everyone around the map is kind of losing right now when you look at kills, when you look at CS. You're able to just stabilize that and look to transition it to objective. You should at least have a leg up in this game.
Well, definitely better than the first one. Not quite as, I would say, the disparity we were talking about coming out of game 1 here. Spice Charm, though, still wanting will be that CC there. Able to pull under the turret. I like this rotation, though, coming through from Mount Union. But quick as it comes through, William is able to sniff that one out, run away, and not be in that much of a poor position there. And whew, shot trade towards top side. Ignite expended from Volantis there. As Real Blackbird was looking fairly low.
That's the thing about Mininar. So a little fun tidbit, a little fun fact here about League of Legends base stats. Mininar has like some of the lowest base stats overall in game, whereas Meganar has like literally the highest base stats more or less across the board. So when it's Mininar, and you happen to be this Riven with the kill advantage, with the Ignite, you can kind of kill him. You know, like that. Except you kill him, but it was there.
It's there in spirit. Well, ghosts don't do too much work here, but we'll see if we can find a medium to resound the two jointed sides. Now, most lanes pushing in here for Juniata, and with the one crashing towards the bot, we look for a dive under turret. Started off with the double tidal wave. Leah to fall first, convicted, unable to get the root even as the exhaust wears down. Ooh, a big shutdown from tanking those turret shots. Crimson Corvus going to make it potentially two. We've seen the Nami do it before, but no! And now a quick turnaround with the curtain call. Rammus from behind. It is a massive punish here from Mount Union, taking advantage of, might I say, the greed.
A little bit of cockiness. There's one YouTuber I used to watch for League of Legends, Stonewall, who would call it getting a little too penisy. Definitely a little bit one of those situations there in the bot lane. Eating up too many turret shots for breakfast, or I guess dinner. It is nighttime. Either way, though, that is the sort of thing Mount Union wants here. They're able to get those big kills. They're going to be able to pick up this first dragon, secure some bonus scaling, secure a bit of just free gold from that singular hex type dragon. Is it going to blow the game wide open? No. Is it going to put it on a much more even footing? Yeah.
Yes.
You like that.
I do like that. I like that Mount Union seemed to have found a bit more of a identity for themselves coming into the second game here. I think kind of rolling over and trying to find that standard mid-late wasn't really something that worked for them. Giving more of a direct tool to Speedy Kill a Ninja, and then finding the damage to follow up through this bot lane has definitely looked far better. Now, lane gank once again, flash forward there. No taunt found from Speedy Kill a Ninja, even though he utilized the... My apologies, the flash. Now, one haunt. Sonic Wave over the wall, and no Unleash Power even available. Continue this one forward under the turret. Real Blackbird looking for escape and won't be able to find it. That's two for the side of Juniata. Speedy Kill Ninja's got to be careful. Could make it three.
Could make it three. It would be hard to dive this Rammus, especially since you don't have Rush or the Dragon's Rage ultimates available on your side. Do land the CC from the Charm, though. Maybe. That's, of course, not going to be the case here. Everybody's just kind of shimmied on off. One Han more than happy to just take away some more camps from this Rammus. Speedy Kill Ninja not going to be too happy about finding their camps taken away. But what can you do when the dies and the enemy jungler is this fed? That's a good root. This could be a kill.
What? A culling like that will put them back. Still, though,
call is available.
Fairly low, and now with Speedy Kill Ninja and Spice Rack in play, you can find these kills. You got to just hope one of those curtain call shots hits. Sadly unable, but Leo's stuck inside the alcove there, and they will quickly...
Does the alcove gaming actually work here?
Flash over the wall! He looks for the kill. He says, my death is imminent, but I'm not gonna go down alone there. I don't know if it was completely necessary, but hey, his move, not mine.
Yeah, I wasn't really keeping exact timing of that recall. There was a chance that Leo did. Okay, good binding.
Leah more than likely would have gone for the clear in terms of vision, no matter what there, and in that moment would have spotted Leo. So,
but it's about flexing.
Oh, yeah. This is all about the ego game. What are we talking about? Standard choice decisions. It's never about gold, macro, wave position, kills. It's all about how hard you can out-mental your opponent. Send them to the graveyard in the brain space.
And that's what we've been kind of seeing this top lane as we do pan back to it. A very definitive advantage, once again in the 1v1 for Volantix. As they have quite the CS lead. They have the 2 kills. Okay.
That's full rotation, really. I'm not really quite there in terms of damage, but to kind of go back towards top lane point, last time around, it was that ranged kind of disparity being adjacent on the top side that provided, at least for the winning matchup there into Blackbird. But this time around, you can't even complain. It's Chad Melee versus Chad Melee, both on that Sigma grind set that you were bringing up, and still, Volantis coming out on top. Really, though, flash forward, the back pull on the Q. Sonic Wave is available, but I would not dive under turret there, especially with Crimson only a ways away, but Leo now taking his
Dashing
own
over the
1v1.
wall.
That's a big exhaust in the face of that. Crimson Corvus from the backside is still going to be able to pick up the kill. Now Leah, a full 3-man to deal with, will make it a double here as Juniata will also pick up their first turret.
So that's Juniata just kind of going, all right, enough games. Let's blow this one wide open. And, so, you know, almost an 8K gold lead here. 15.5 minutes in.
Still slower. Still it's slower. I mean,
Still
unless they
slower.
just absolutely put pedal to the metal down, then, you know, I can't say otherwise what would occur.
Yeah, still a little fast on the gold lead. Still pretty damn huge, all things considered. But in terms of this series, yes, I guess it is on the lower end of gold leads at 15. The turret could be very cash money, but able to get on out of that turret range.
Volantis, though, will still more than likely be punished here, even as he throws that broken blade. And finally, something to put that Riven down. Now, as we've said many times before, there's always the button. It might be this priority in the bot lane. Convicted Leah stepping up.
Good
But hey,
feed.
good roots and binds from Leah say otherwise. Dragon Rage to the kick there onto Convicted. Sonic Wave for potential follow-throughs. The current call is going to come down. Leo's got to put pressure forward or block now as to save one Han there. Crimson, of course, being available, though, will put a heal as now. Look at this backside. William looking for the flank. Finds the charm. Leah dead. Root found with the Everfrost. And one more rotation will do it. And it's a double. Finding their way under turret.
You know the phrase, look at this backside taken out of context, might be a little bit sus.
It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah,
You're the
fine.
you're the only one
here.
reading into it, all right? If you want to take my sound files and clip and edit them, go for I bode you well.
Yeah, I mean, technically I could. I've splashed together some cast audio before for random music.
You're terrible.
It's not good music, but
Make me
it's funny at least. Oh,
get me canceled on
land.
Twitter.
alright. No resonating strike follow-up there. The mind was telling him no, and so was the heart.
No Lee
the body.
syndrome. That's what you call it.
Yeah.
Real
Gnar under
Blackbird.
the turret with aggro.
Volantis able to find the full wipe, the shield to follow with the cooldowns, and all that damage is moved back into Speed of Kill Ninja with the broken
my
blade.
God.
Makes it look like that damage was for nothing. Go Farino. What was the point?
It's a fully stacked Conqueror, Gore Drinker, and the Gore Drinker active for you here is out for like, it's a lot of healing.
That's gross.
Grievous Wounds be damned.
Part of me says it isn't fair, but when you look at the 60 CS disparity, you've got to realize, well, it was coming eventually. It was coming at some.
I mean, that isn't the first time we saw a solo kill. Well, okay, that wasn't a solo kill per se, but it was mostly a solo kill.
It was one that hurt, though. I think that's the one that's hurt the most.
Yeah, it's the one that hurt the camel's back.
You can't-
The camel's back has long been broken.
Yeah. You can't take a full
Rolling on up.
rotation and then 4 extra turret shots and then still win the 1v1. Mind you, didn't even pay attention. But now, Leo into the mid. One last auto would do it, but another exhaust to punish. Convicted constantly having these up will be the bane of Leo's existence, as now the curtain call will potentially punish Crimson as well. Follow up from Speed Ninja with the slow to put him back. Spice Rack over on the side with that damage will be able to pick up and make this 2 here for Mount Union.
2 nice kills. War picked up. They aren't the biggest shutdowns, of course, and it isn't really enough to get you back in this game. It is still this 9K goal differential, as it looks like we're having a little bit of technical issues from some of the players here.
Hopefully, that'll make its way done here fairly shortly. But I do want to bring this one up. It is still that massive 9K gold deficit here for Mount Union, being behind as they are. But we're seeing a lot more crucial mistakes from Juniata, and I don't know if it's having to play into what this comp kind of devises, being you have more dive, Lucian, Riven, the rundown with Lee Sin, that can be quickly kind of split apart if you're not careful, or the fact that Mount Union, right, they've set themselves appropriately, especially with Speedy Killer Ninja being on that Rammus, I think has made all the difference. It feels like there's a lot more jungle presence, right, this time around, looking at this game too.
Yeah, because as the Rammus compared to the Nunu, yes, they both have very similar, I guess, gank approaches because you are just ultimately running fast at the enemy. But the difference is with Nunu, you do gotta land that snowball no matter how big it is. They can still wiggle their way around. Samus, though, you have a lot more wiggle room yourself. You're able to dive through
Right.
minions with that power ball. Just plan for that point and click taunt. You know,
Yeah, you are the engaged. There's a complete difference here. It's not like you're looking for the skill shot on the snowball. It's kind of funny because it makes me question, granted there was a lot of macro, differences from lane to lane, lane control, etc. But had those snowballs maybe found their way forward, solid engages more so here from the Nunu, maybe potentially would have had the opportunity to find a win.
yeah. There certainly are a couple of charity kills being given over here by Juniata.
That's true.
Yeah. Well, we'll have to see that because we are going to cut to a short break here while we sort out the difficulties with the players. It's looking to be a little bit more than a simple DC.
All right, well, looks like tech delay on its way back. Oh, a bit of a spike. Might be pulling back here. Just a moment to put ourselves in a more appropriate time period here. Yes, this takes place right before the kills you just saw onto Leo and to Crimson Corvus as they chase this one down. More than likely, of course, after this kill, you'll see the rest of the team look for that push towards the mid.
Nothing too much one Han can do here. Yes, you are still a pretty damn fed Lee Sin. Yes, with the Merc Treads. It will at least help a decent amount against the Rammus point and click taunting you. But it's still 4 people and you're but 1 Lee Sin, so give that one on up here. The Rift Herald gonna be dropped. Shelly looking to take 2 towers here. Delta towers, if you will.
Ooh.
Gonna call back to Fortnite references.
Atlantis, though,
Okay.
looking for a knock of his own, some drops and kills as Corellium from the backside here with his own taunt to make it 2. Speedy kill Ninja putting the Speedy in the name as he is running away. Oh, such an aggressive flash forward there from Valantis, but was not able to dodge out on the bind. Even still, they continue to chase.
My mind's telling me no.
Promise. I shouldn't tell you no, it should tell him
This is
yes.
Mega Gnar.
Real Blackbird in here. Gnar unable
This
to
is a
find
stun.
the ult. He's stunned over the wall, and that's going to force the flash. And finally, this fight has gone on so long that Leo is back in it. Valantis now under the final inhib turret there towards this top side. Not able to pull off the 1v1, but still putting pressure down. And what's crazy is they lost such a huge fight, but in return, just as quickly, they find their own tier 2 in the mid.
It's the money bag stiff here. Like, you just take a bar of gold, you fill up a sack with that. That's this 10k gold lead. Yeah, 10k gold lead. And you just kind of bludgeon the enemy team to death with it. Like, there's some gold bags in action. Oh, never mind that. That's the opposite of gold bags.
Even still, though, you are facing defeat on the other sides of the map here. Speedy Kill Ninja will fall as Valantis is still tanking Turk, going to keep moving forward. Whoa! Okay! That is the quintessential definition of a one-shot here. Now, Real Blackbird putting his whole force into one hot. Remember, he's got all that sustain. Turns his back around with a stun of his own to make it forward, but unable to pick up a kill. A full ace here for the side of Juniata. And with roughly 6 seconds to go, they're going to crash these waves. I'd more than like them to pull off here and maybe look for some safety on the resets, but Atlantis has other plans in store there.
Splitting up, trying to get a few too many things, I guess. They're not able to get either one of those inhibitor turrets, so that does kind of suck if they put all 3 members in one lane. Maybe they do get an inhibitor turret and just back them off. First world problems, though, they'll just have to back and use this 13k gold lead.
I'm actually going to nitpick.
Dragon.
I'm going to nitpick here. I know Juniata's kind of like in the lead, but 15 seconds on Dragon, I know you're an advantage where you can pull off moves like this. But in a situation where the team is looking better, right, the earlier back gives you the opportunity to actually look for the reset there and prepare for the Ocean Drake. Obviously, it doesn't matter in a game like this, but, you know, if there was something to potentially improve upon for Juniata, you know, that would be it.
Yep. So, that's Juniata picking up a dragon, picking up a kill, potentially picking up Baron here. They do have 4 members in this pit, soon to be 5, once Valantis does mosey on up. There's a Rammus on the other side, though, with the smite, with the dream. Not a Blasco.
No Blasco. No flash either, and a charm to boot damage provided here. They continue to slow him down. They are going to be able to secure the Baron. 100 over the wall. Not able to find the Sonic Wave, but the Vine will push him back. Spice Rack to start with damage, but Leo from the side here with the charm to secure from Krillium will secure. Now Lilith down as well. Speedy Kill the next to fall with a great tidal wave finding 2. Real Blackbird's next is now convicted. The only remaining member to stand alive here and put Grand Union still in the face of victory. Wave crashing though. Baron now on the board in 20 seconds for everyone else on Grand Mini or Mountain Union. Means this game is more than likely done.
Yep, curtain call being a little bit more of a cuddle call there. Not really doing too much damage.
And sadly, they were not able to pull off this victory in as timely of a fashion, but still one potential team fight to go. Those autos on the Nexus turret might have other to say as they're going to finish it before even another kill can take place. A 2-0 victory in landslide fashion here for Juniata.
Very landslidey. Very fast. That second game, even though it was technically a little bit slower, I think the overall game time was only about 30-ish seconds slower. Pure domination, more or less.
Crazy.
Zephyr, just coming on out.
And you know, I mean, I give my praise where it's due to Mount Union. They found, some subtle, one-on-one kills. But when we talk about general wave control, macro management, the rotations from one Han through and through in the jungle, Juniata just consistently outclassed Mount Union here. And while, yes, like you said, game one was more of a disparity, a 20k gold lead by 20 minutes, right?
Yeah.
This time around, this one being more even around the 10k range, was still enough. Like you said, you just bludgeon them to death.
Yeah. Not the prettiest picture in your head, but it does paint a kind of accurate picture of what was happening out of the game.
Right.
It feel a little bit like Juniata was toying with their food a little bit, giving over some adventurous kills there and adventurous plays, to put it mildly. But a win's a win. A 2-0 is a 2-0 here, Zephyr, and you're going to be happy about that one.
Yeah, they can take that, move forward along the Challengers yellow bracket, and continue to put themselves above the rest here. And for Mount Union, while they've got a whole season left to work with, I believe almost 6 weeks of games for themselves to find some semblance to prove. I will say that is going to be all for us regarding this series here. We do have one to follow. I'll be heading on out. CamCom from Stream 1 will be joining Go for Reno here in just a moment, as they'll be taking on Ottawa Garnet versus McMaster Black in our champions. So you won't want to miss that one. Stick around. Stay tuned.
everyone, and welcome to NECC Stream 2. I am CamCom joining you from Stream 1 in an earlier best of 3 here today. I'm joined once again here by Go4Reno joining you from your earlier match here on this stream. How are you doing for our second best of 2 here tonight, Go4Reno?
Well, my feet are a little tired from standing, but that usually happens when you stand around for about an hour or so. You know, it'd be like that. But we do got a series on our hands between you, Ottawa, and McMaster Black here.
Yes, I believe McMaster is starting on the blue side here for this game 1 of their best of 3. McMaster has unfortunately only played one series so far. The first week was a bye, and their third week was rescheduled. So their second week game was an 0-2, so they are coming into this week 4 with an 0-1 record. You Ottawa, our red side team here in game 1, is coming in with a 1-1 record, winning their first week 2-0, losing their second week 0-2, and with a third week bye. So fairly even standings going into this week 4 match here, and you can see you Ottawa's roster lined up here. Go4Reno.
Computer people here. Got my eyes on Gumby, data science. That's what I did as a minor. Pretty fun stuff, you know. And then there's criminology. I don't know how that fits in with computers and stuff, but a lot of crime does happen with computers, I guess. So,
maybe they figure crimes out with computers. That's gonna be my theory. But yeah, we've got Ember in the top lane, Gumby Power playing jungle, Oni in the mid lane there, your criminology major, Peak Performance playing AD carry, with his support being Sprinkler down in the bot lane.
It's gonna round out the roster here. We do, of course, have on the opposite side McMaster.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Oh.
There we go.
Hey, McMaster's runner. You've got roster. I'm Execute in the top lane, SKTT1 Gucci in the jungle, Warren Dachaka in the mid lane, and Ant Game Player and Manian in the bot lane together.
Yeah, got a much larger variety of majors going on here, you know, covering all aspects, I guess. Don't think we have any liberal arts majors there.
English
I
majors.
guess theater kids don't play League.
Nah.
I guess authors. Liberal arts majors.
We're the theater kids. I'm a theater kid. Are you a theater kid, Go4Reno?
No.
Oh. Well, I'm a theater kid, so
Yeah.
I'll represent them here for the 12 of us on the game here, I guess, if you count me and you. But hopefully we are heading into Champ Select here soon. Maybe any expected picks, maybe meta picks going into this game 1 here, Go4Reno?
Well, we all know some of the big picks going around right now. Hecarim has been creeping up as teams have been leaning in more and more towards the horse, realizing, yeah, he's a pretty good pick. We should be grabbing him here. And of course, in the AD carry role, we know how much prepared Jinx and Zeri have been for the most part. There has at least been some variety in the bot lane, but yeah, the Jinx being taken off the board.
Yeah.
Such a strong overall pick. Too surprising seeing that off the board. Here's to see what we ran off the bands with, because
Zeri?
I mean, something's gonna get through.
Yeah, Zeri and Aphelios, I would say, kind of those second and third place AD carries. Only 2 Jinx, both making it through this draft 1 here. We have seen quite a few B1 picks actually being given over to supports recently, mostly being Thresh actually being, I think, probably the highest B1 outside of course, either a Zeri or Jinx in terms of pick rate, but pick B1 will, of course, be going over the Zeri, that other AD carry that did make it through the ban phase, and Aphelios also making it through for that classic counter pick.
Outrange the Zeri, does have the tools once the Zeri gets in his face here, and Peak Performance is going to be happy about that. Of course, the degenerate, I'll be kind of blunt about it. The degenerate Zeri Yumi combo is available on the board. You can also pair with the Hecarim as well. Would be a little bit of an Exodia trio. Yeah,
Okay.
there's the cat that you know, we love.
Yumi Hover.
Totally don't deleted.
Hecarim, like you say, also available. Another member on that, I guess you could call it Exodia, would also be Zillion mid lane. Seen that paired up with a couple Zeris in the past couple weeks, and that one works very well, similar to that of a Yumi, but top laner, of course, most likely to be locked in here, as Renekton was already showed by you Ottawa. So Aatrox in the Renekton matchup, how does that work, Go4Reno?
I haven't seen it in a hot minute. Of course, the Renekton always has that really stupid early all-in. Thanks to the general laning power, you just slice and dice on in, you use the Ruthless Predator, stun them on up, and then you just hit them with that big old slash to heal a bunch of health by the time they do get out of that stun. You're just kind of wiggling your way on out. The Silas coming out this early, very interesting, because typically we see that when you're already guaranteed either a bunch of ults to steal that are really good synergy, or it's kind of a free lane matchup. But this time it is going to be blind here, unless we see like a Silas top switch. I kind of doubt, but it's happened.
Yeah, most likely will be that Silas mid lane, unless, yeah, like you're saying, it's a Renekton mid and Silas top, or, I mean, Silas used to be played jungle, like, on his first release, but they have long since nerfed that, so assuming that it's not Silas jungle, both of these teams do need a jungler in the second pick phase, so you see 3 or 2 junglers banned away there by you, Ottawa, and McMaster banning away 2 supports, both of which are very powerful with Phelios.
Taking off to Hook supports Rangar, or Rango Unchained. That's what me and my high school friends used to call him. You kind of hop around and you tend to be a little unchained with your unhinged playstyle. Walking that in, though, that is a lot of single target damage here.
Yeah.
A lot of just single target blowing up potential with the Rangar, with the Silas, with the Renekton, and the Phelios also to a decent degree, depending on the gun set, of course. That's a lot of burst you're going to have to deal with, and you're going to be happy that you happen to have a Yuumi here to give you those heals.
I am slightly worried about you, Ottawa's comp being very low range all around, Aphelios being the only ranged member locked in so far, and even his range is, I believe, 550, maybe slightly higher, so he is not the longest range AD carry, and combined with all this low range, it is very hard to play into his area, which he can just run around at 900 movement speed, kite you out with the Yuumi on top of her as well. Now there are 3 other melee champions locked in here by Big Master, so that does compensate a little bit for it, but we will have our R5 saved for our wonderful support player. What is their counter pick going to be?
You're definitely going to want some utility here, I feel, just to give a bit of...
Wait.
Which one? Okay, it's Silas support. So, I know this was a thing when a Mumu support was meta, because you can hard counter it so hard in lane. I have not seen it since, but I'm guessing it's a similar idea here, CamCom. Since you are going into the Yuumi Zeri, you can steal that lost chapter. Yeah. When you land that Absan, that Abduct, that is a 2-for-1 deal because that Yuumi is going to be attached. Interesting, though.
Yeah.
Really?
I trust you. If you've seen a style of support before, then maybe Sprinkler will be able to make it work here in this game 1, but I've certainly never seen it before, so I'm going to be very excited to see it for the first time. I mean, I knew it was a flex between mid and top. I sort of thought it could be a flex to jungle. I definitely wasn't predicting it to be a flex to the support position, so R5 counterpick actually saved for the Rise, which I actually really like as a champion. It gives them that medium range. I still wouldn't call him very long range, but he does have CC, he does have good poke, and he does have AoE damage, which was what their comp was lacking.
It's going to give you just that other range champion. It's going to help with your siege a lot, because if you have to face down a Baron buff and you have 4 melees and a Phelios, it is a little bit rough. And the Rise can at least go toe-to-toe in the closest range against a lot of the close range that we are seeing coming out from the Masters, because with Zeri, with Yuumi, with Aatrox, with Poppy, with Fizz, they are going to be getting up in your face. They are going to be getting up in your grill here, CamCom. So just having that little bit of machine gun damage might dissuade it a little.
Yeah, and now we are heading into spectator delay here shortly, so we will be throwing it to a quick break, very short, as we head on to Summoner's Rift for our game 1. So don't go anywhere, we will be right back. Welcome back, everyone, onto Summoner's Rift here. Now we have McMaster Black taking on you, Ottawa Garnet even here. Once again, I'm CamCom, joined by the lovely Gopherino here tonight on this best of 3.
See how it does start off here, because these teams already looking a little antsy in the base here. Trying to get those level 1s on down, because we do have potentially quite the snowbally game set up here when we look at kind of how bloodthirsty both comps are. I mean, top lane's going to be going at each other's throats, mid lane's going to be going at each other's throats, bot lane's going to be going at each other's throats, and then you have to account for the fact there are some junglers that are going to be engaging in some fights here and there.
So you're predicting a very Fiesta type of game then, if you're expecting everyone to just be constantly at each other's throats there. It is a very, yeah, I would say, actually agree with you. It is going to be a very bloodthirsty type of game here. We have a Renekton Rengar topside for you, Ottawa. That is a very aggressive duo. I think the only other lane that I would call more aggressive would probably be Renekton Nidalee, that classic duo.
Yeah, granted. Okay, no. I thought I had something, but I was like, I don't know enough about jungle to talk about this. I didn't know what I was talking about. Either way, though, everybody, gonna be starting here on the bot side. Interestingly enough, it does look like both junglers are gonna be looking towards the top side. You can see that early top lane gank from this Rengar. It should be noted, though, that if SKT Gucci is in the area, you pop that Steadfast Presence. It stops the kitty jump from Gumby power, so watch out for.
Yeah, Gucci actually has quite a few dashes that he will be able to stop. He can stop that the Renekton stun, the Rengar dash like you were saying, then also Sprinkler's E or W dash. Either one or even both of them can be stopped by this beautiful Poppy pick here. Very nice counter pick for the jungler. Unfortunately, it's not going to be played in the top lane directly against the Renekton, but giving it even more presence around the map in the jungle will still be very helpful, as you see. Level 2 popped by both these mid laners here. Jacka taking a little bit of a harsh trade, though.
And that is what happens as Fizz. I believe Warren Jacka did not have the troll pole leveled quite yet. You do really want that playful trickster to go on in and get on top of this rise, because if Oni Akuma is able to just tag you with that spell flex, then hit you with that rune prison and root you there, you are going to be eating a lot of damage on the tail end of it. On the duck does land here.
Nice. He was able to land that E knockup onto the Yuumi, so canceling that W dash back to safety for at least 5 seconds. Unfortunately, not going to have enough follow-up damage to be able to find an early level 2
pick. I don't think that
ward
spotted
onto the Kitty Cat. Now Kitty Cat on the opposite side of the map, this one with a few more knives in his pockets, looking for first potential gank up here in the top lane. Execute has a fairly large wave, though, so is playing fairly safely. Mid lane gank here as well, potentially. Jack can take it down. Real low flash coming out from Oni. Ignite burning onto Oni. Does not want to dive underneath the second tier tower, but Gucci's holding his own flash. Oni not having any mana. He's going to be falling to first blood for Gucci, burning his flash over that chicken wall. And meanwhile here, bot lane, got some fighting going on. The sniper auto is actually going to find enough damage to be able to get a 1 pick for peak performance there as well.
And just like that, we see 2 kills across the map here. Great aggression by this bot lane for Ottawa. Able to get that up stun, able to get that abduct, chain that with the ignite, chain that with the Aphelios gun damage. Able to secure a kill. Put the Zeri on the back foot, which can be pretty notable. The Zeri does really want to hit about the first item spike with that Triforce. 1.5 items tends to be more comfortable once you have the Triforce plus Tiamat. And, well, going down 0-1, going down some CS, it's going to make that scary point come a lot later. That's what feels bad.
I am just so curious about the Sylas support, as I really have never seen a Sylas support before. Like, is this a counter pick to Zeri? Is this a counter pick to Yuumi? Is this a counter pick to some other champion on the map that I'm not even paying attention to right now? A Sprinkler took Relic Shield early on as his starter support item, meaning he wasn't expecting to be going in early. He was expecting to be poked out by these 2 high-range champions, right? And then all of a sudden, he said, no, we're actually winning this lane
didn't get
and
the top
opted to
side.
buy a Dark Seal on his first recall here. Is Gumby with the second kill of the game on the top side. Ember picking up his first kill of the game, of course, with the help of Gumby. And very, very unfortunate there for XC. He just pushed up a little bit too far. He had vision, but not vision of Gumby.
Very tragic there. Going down. First Bone Tooth Necklace stack here for Gumby Power. Stabby McStabby. Gumby liking that one. Lane. There's no flash. Okay, there's a Hex Flash
Yes,
here.
Hex
for
Flash.
Gucci, so they can look.
X Flash over the chicken wall here. Oni does not have his own flash, cannot get away. Very immobile there on the rise. Sprinkler even with a nice roam up to mid lane. Unfortunately, will have to defensively flash away, not having any utility to be able to help his rise. He's just kind of here as another body.
Yep. Level 3 support Silas.
Yeah.
Down 2 levels. Both of them. Not really gonna be doing too much in that one there, Chief. Does mean though that Peak Performance is gonna be left alone in this bot lane. Might tamper off some of the lead they had garnered thanks to that kill. We'll see, because you can't always come back down. Hold that thought, because
Jacka with the gank up here into the top lane, followed up by Gucci here as well. Ember holding on to that flash, but does not want to use it. Gonna just save it, knowing he's probably in a 1v2 or in a 1v3. And Jacka picking up his second kill of the game, and 4 Dark Seal stacks for him as well. Looking real nice and fed so far this Fizz early game.
Pretty damn spooky. Also has the early Ionian boots here, which means that Ignite's going to be coming up a lot sooner. The kill combos with that ability haste going to be coming up a lot sooner. You are missing out on the flat magic pen, so there's that bit of trade-off. It means you might not secure some kills, but you can definitely go in for a lot more. And this 2-0-1 lead, like you did point out, CamCom, going to be scared to deal with once this Fizz starts roaming around the map. Thankfully, Oni, as this rise, will have the wave clear advantage. Should just be okay.
He'll be fine. Yeah, I think both of these mid laners really are playing for the side lanes here. As like you're saying, Fizz can very easily roam around the map, but Oni as well with Realm Warp can hopefully at the very least follow him here as Jack are winning for a 1v1. Turns out Sprinkler making sure he knows it's not a 1v1. Guppy popping that ultimate here as well, but cannot finish the kill. Lives with 1 HP. Meanwhile, 1v1 there in the top lane. Execute almost falling. He is still level 5. To Ember's level 6. Very hard 1v1 to end to take. Taking that blast cone over the wall straight into Gumby's waiting arms. Realm Warp behind him just to seal the deal. This man is still sitting level 5. There's a wave underneath this tower here as well. Execute. When will he fall? There are 4 members up here. Ember finally going to burn that flash and the ultimate, but only the one able to secure himself the kill on the rise.
Very long-winded kill there. Multiple points where it looked like Execute might kind of make it out there, but in the end does fall. They do at least stall a bunch of time. It means not a ton of damage going to be going onto this turret. It means that a couple flashes were blown. So there's at least that. See what that translates to. I don't know if you want to go for this one, Warned.
Yeah, I think Jack might have learned from the last time he tried to go for 1v1 onto Oni. He got a little bit of poke damage onto him, and then Sprinkler showed out of nowhere and just came up behind him and killed him. So Jack throwing that ultimate just as a Hail Mary is not going to find it there, unfortunately. But he does get to hold on to his Dark Steel stacks. Maybe I might have...
the troll pull here, so...
He's alright, but that was the first Rift Herald as well, on top of the first Dragon going in favor of you, Ottawa.
I'm gonna be happy about that. Still, all things considered, pretty even early game. This should be an all-in here. Upson to abduct. If it lands, nope, gonna be dissuaded.
So close. Peak Performance, having that level 6 up on it. And so, level 5 there. He did just pop level 6 on that last minion death, but, you know, red, white, don't fight. Don't fight him right now, especially when he still does have an XP lead over you.
Although thankfully Sprinkler, due to the amount of roaming the Silas has done, not level 6 quite yet, does not have that hijack. Would really love that here to steal away that final chapter. Okay. Using the last of the helium gun.
Gucci hovering the spot lane here. Sprinkler is not going to see him, only now seeing him with that Oracle, but Ant is just going to be blown up with Peak Performance's ultimate there. Gucci here trying to save Mermian's life here on the Yuumi and just about able to keep him alive. They're using that flash just to make sure he can. Jacka coming in on the backside of this fight here. 1v3 if he does decide to go in. He does have the ultimate
waters.
if he wants to force the peak performance. Already going to be flashing away, trying to turn it back around, but Jacka is just going to be falling. Gumby now arriving for the bot lane play here as well. Sprinkler sailing away that final chapter, able to turn into the cat and land enough CC to find 2 kills for his team.
And 2 kills, a little bit of a hand-me fashion there. I feel like there was some miscommunication there from McMasters. Felt really disjointed that all in there. And
yeah, game. Oh no, he thought he could stay for this tower. I think the tower might get to live. Rift Herald. Oh, Rift Herald died. Tower still died though as well. First tower dropping at just 10 minutes, and the plate and gold being shared between the 3 most powerful members, Gumby, Oni, and Peak Performance.
a lot of money in the pockets here from those kills in the bot lane, as well as all those plates going into their pockets, because
Gale Force completed.
yeah, that's a pretty big deal here, especially with the next dragon spawning in pretty soon. You don't really want to be fighting into that. You might just have to give this one on over, unless you get a good pick beforehand, which you certainly can if you got a good Chum of the Waters, if you get a good final chapter. You got to make it happen.
We could see the gold, please, on these members here, trying to compare how or where Oni is compared to Peak Performance, because I think as of right now, of course, only Peak Performance has his mythic completed over Oni, but I still think Oni does a lot of damage in these team fights. Of course, he is going to be doing more AoE damage outside of the Aphelios ultimate that Peak Performance does have, but I think in terms of damage, he is still going to be up there, especially once he does complete that Everfrost.
Let's see, because things are, again, pretty damn antsy here in the river right before this dragon does spawn. These teams really wanted to duke it out for Vision. I respect that Lords do win games after all. At the end, though, looks like Ottawa at least going to be taking the Vision victory here for now.
Yes, it is a 4v3 currently, or 4v4 even in this bot side river. I'm execute walking down just to make sure that McMaster Black does have
I don't know
all
if you want to be grouped in
5
pit against the
members. This is a very terrifying group. Aphelios ult has already been burnt. Gumby not going to be allowed to walk in the pit though, so they are just able to secure 1-1 now in Dragons. That was a steal and a half if I've ever seen one. I don't think McMaster Black would have ever won a team fight if they took it right there.
Yep, although they could be looking for something here. You're going to have to be fast on that Keeper's Verdict.
Potential pick here on the red buff. Gucci taking a half HP, immediately trying to turn him back around on the Sprinkler, but not enough damage. Gumby with an exhaust, still doing so much damage to Ant as well as Murnian. Finds one, now is a double kill on the Rengar. Look for a third here onto his fellow Kitty Cat, but nicely donates the kill over to Odie right before falling. Jack and now 4 Darksteel stacks on himself. Once again, not looking for a 1v1 onto his fellow mid laner though.
So in the end, 3 for 2, but also Dragon going over here to the McMasters. So little up in the air technically for who won it, but when we consider the plays that were gathered in the top side here by Embor, when we consider the fact that this turret should be falling in the mid lane, give me a lot of extra change here just from those turrets going into the pockets of Ottawa. I'm going to be using.
Peak Performance taking 10 tower plates for himself now between mid and bot lane. That was that mid lane tower taken before the 14 minutes, so he got at least half of those solo gold. So he might only be 202 and 100 CS at 13 minutes, but this man has an insane amount of gold from these tower plates that he's been collecting so far. And he's looking to take some from the top lane here as well.
They just see a bunch of people that they didn't expect. All right, yeah. Someone Chum the Waters.
Oh, potential pick here in the dry brush. They are doing so much damage to Jack. He's just going to be immediately blown up. No more Dark Shield stacks for you anymore, my friend. Execute, teleport straight into his death. Double kill picked up by Ember, and Ant Gaming jumping over that wall. Realm Warp will not follow them. Channeled a little bit too early, and Ant Game making sure the Manian is able to be carried out with him over that wall. 3 quick kills picked up there for you, Ottawa, as well as a second Rift Herald.
And in defense of Oni's Rift or Realm Warp there, with the shock stop, Zeri It's kind of really hard to follow her.
Yeah. It is.
Literally just goes over any wall. You know, I know a lot of people have grievances with that ability, and for good reason, to say the least. Either way, though, Ottawa picking up a pretty nice dub there in that top lane. They're going to knock down the final outer turret as well. With this very accelerated Phelios, you have a bunch of kills on all your members, too. Gold all around here. We'll see what Masters have to say about it, because here's the
3v2 up here on the top side, but he does have red-white guns, but it is not going to matter if you do just get one shot. 300 shutdown will be falling to Ant Gamer now in the top lane, and I just want to see how many items Peak Performance buys right here. He had to be sitting on at least 1,500, if not 2,000 gold, so you could definitely be buying at least half of a, or a full, full BF sword just on the recall. You know, that's normal.
Okay. Keeper's Verdict used a little extra bit of spookiness there. You have the eyes in the sky, so to speak, and can only see there's one member. Either way, though, feels like Ottawa, they can control the map here. Now that they've gotten a bunch of gold in a lot of their members' pockets, we see the Bloodthirster being worked on second here. For, oh lord, for Peak Performance, and that's going to give you a lot of ways to just deal with the burst, deal with the consistent chip damage coming out from the Fizzeri combo that you will appreciate. And I expect to see some Grievous wounds at some point.
Yeah, the only Grievous wounds so far being that first item Executioners that Ember bought, as well as a Bramble that Gumby has bought since his Gore Drinker was completed. Now 50 seconds to the second dragon for either of these teams. It is Hextech Soul, Hextech map in this game one of the best of three. I would say the most powerful soul. What do you think is the most powerful soul? Go for you now.
My favorite's the Cloud Soul. It's always had a special place in my heart. Most powerful is probably Ocean, though. It's just so degenerate, the regen it gives you. Although apparently it has one of the lowest win rates when it comes to competitive, so maybe Micah. Either way, though, Dragon is the name of the game here, CamCom. Everybody setting on up, everybody dropping wards, making sure there are no Fizz flanks coming on out, making sure there are no Aatrox flanks coming on out. Securing control.
Oh, and I also just noticed that Sprinkler did buy the Oblivion Orb there as well, so they have a little bit more Grievous wounds. He's got 4 Dark Steel stacks for himself here as well, and this is to be expected how this dragon would go. No contest is really available whatsoever for McMaster Black. They are sitting now 7,000 gold down as a team. Only one dragon though, so if they do want to start playing for dragons, then just don't play for the fights. They got the second dragon without a fight. That was a half miracle in and of itself.
Well, technically there was a fight, but they're just able to skedaddle.
Yeah.
Out. Ottawa not really wanting to pull the trigger on that, but like you said, they are in the hole here when you look at the gold. And now, in terms of dragons, a lot of that just coming from, we kind of see a bunch of CS leads across the board for Ottawa. Then when you combine that with the fact that they have the Gil advantage as well, kind of compiling into this several multi-thousand gold lead that is going to be very spooky to deal with if you happen to be monsters.
Objective bounties as well, not quite sure if we've mentioned it, have been available for McMaster for the past couple minutes. 500 extra gold for the team if they're able to secure a Dragon or a Baron or a Rift Herald. I don't think there's going to be another Rift Herald in this game, and they probably aren't securing any Barons anytime soon, so you can only be looking to pick that up if they are able to pick up any steals on some Dragons. And you see second Rift Herald was dropped there in the mid lane. Not any real pressure coming from it, just a little bit of extra tower damage. Not even the full tower was taken. A splash in the bot lane. Looking for a potential pick underneath that inner turret. Doesn't look like any kills were actually found, as we have a 1v1 just for some HP leads up here in the top lane again. No real kills being found. It is just for pressure and some HP leads for some later on fights.
Because like Master's team comp is super low range. Like, I know we're talking about Ottawa having very low range team comp outside of the Aphelios, but like Masters are much shorter. There's the engage.
He could be caught out here, not having any bushes, trying to flash towards that bush, but Jack underneath this tower goes golden, trying to survive, and with that he is able to make it out of Peak Performance's range. Flash plus Zanyas is able to keep the little fizzy boy alive.
Just barely. Till that Zonius is complete, that is a one-time deal, because that was the stopwatch used. Playing big cooldown.
Yeah.
We'll see how it does shape up here, though. And there's a very slippery champion. We don't get to see him too often, but Janka showing why it can be
Yeah.
a little bit annoying to deal with, just given how slippery fish tend to be.
Yeah, it is very rare to see assassins in the mid lane in competitive play because typically it is all in the mages as they have the safe scaling. They typically have the safest CC to land in team fights, and you can set it up very easily for junglers and AD carries. But these assassins in the mid lanes have been coming back a little more recently with Vex being added to the game, and then later on competitive play. So once Vex started being played a lot more, I think people started looking towards other assassins when Vex looked good but couldn't be played. So Fizz has come back a little bit, maybe not as much as Vex has showed up, but he is definitely fun to watch.
Yeah. Let's see. Okay, yeah. Although, fun fact, Fizz used to be my most hated champion when I first started playing in main mid. Because he was just so hard to deal with the troll pull. I'm just like slowly stuttering my words here because I feel like a fight is shaping up, but everybody's skedaddling on off.
Yeah, I think Blitzcrank was my first most hated champion because my very first champion that I played was Nami. And let me tell you, Nami and the Blitzcrank, when you don't actually know how to play League of Legends, it's just not fun to play.
Yeah.
This is
Ooh.
sort of a low period in the game, though. Baron is on the map, neither team wanting to pull the trigger on it quite yet, and Dragon Soul Point spawning in just over 60 seconds. So it's all just a matter of back row in between the dragons. Can we set up vision? Can we maybe look to take a tower? If not, can we look to just get some XP and gold leads elsewhere on the map? And other than that, it is just try not to die. And they've been doing an excellent job with that for the past couple of minutes here.
And you kind of have to potentially criticize Ottawa here a little bit, CamCom, because like you still have this massive 8k gold lead.
Yeah.
But it feels like they aren't really doing a lot with it. They're trying a little bit here and there, but for this amount of gold, you think they'd just be kind of running it up to the enemy team and winning through your gold advantage alone. Does not seem to be the case. They can try and force a fight here around this next dragon spawning in just a few seconds. That could be something, but we want to see a little bit more proactivity from them.
Playing it very safely,
Okay.
very securely here for you, Ottawa. Baron started up by McMaster. I think they're trying to play for a trade here. That's the word I was looking for, between the Dragon Soul Point and this Baron. 5k HP on the Baron. No one other than Ember is there to even try and stop it. So Gumby soloing that dragon. Meanwhile, Inhibitor Tower mid lane will actually be taken, traded that dragon and the Baron and the bot lane inner turret for that Baron.
Yeah,
Is it
but
worth
you
it?
don't lose the inhibitor,
Yeah.
which is very key here. And that's just a free Baron picked up, more or less. Yes, you do lose that inhibitor turret. Yes, it is now soul point for the enemy team, but you now have the Baron. You can dictate how the map shapes up here. If you group as 5, you don't really have to worry about a Rangard jumping on top of you, so Master's a little bit of agency in their ballpark.
Potentially, yeah, for the next 2.5 minutes just about here. Having some extra stats to help you win some team fights and hopefully get some towers taken, as they currently have 0 towers taken on the map. Any towers taken would also give a bonus gold, of course, with those objective bounties still being active here. Just kind of grouping mid again, playing it very slowly, very safely. We all saw the Misfits versus G2 game where they had an 18,000 gold lead at 18 minutes or, something crazy along those lines, and the G2 ended up throwing it somehow. So after that, I think a lot of League players are just very scarred. We don't want that to happen here. So we might give up a tower here or there. They did get Barons, so giving up a tower is not going to be the end of the world, closing the gold lead just a little bit for McMaster.
Good stun.
Engage found onto Jacka, trying to turn it back around on a peak performance, though not having any auto attacks, so he cannot heal up. The Xanyas will not be able to keep him alive in the midst of 5 people. Realm Opening Channel bringing in 3 members straight into the backline of McMaster. Can they survive for their affiliates to be able to arrive and deal the damage that they so desperately need for this team fight. Zeri still sitting at full HP, has Yumi on top of her as well for some extra healing, executed the backline, but he is only going to be executed himself. Zeri is still untouched, still sitting at half HP with a Yumi on top of her. 2v2 here now in the mid lane. Gumby taking a half HP. Peak Performance also sitting at full HP. In the end, it is a 3v4. No, 3v3 or 3-4-3 even traded there in the mid lane. No objectives taken other than the outer turret there.
Outer turret, but it does even up the game a little bit. Like, it went from about a 9k gold lead, now it's down to an 8k gold lead. You do kind of want a lot more from that Baron buff, though. Especially since you kind of gave up Soul Point for that. You're gonna have to fight around that next one. Thankfully, you do have this 2-item Zeri now, who is kind of reaching that point where she's super obnoxious. And, player gonna be feeling really fine and dandy on that. The extra health gonna let you survive a lot of Rengar burst here, since it is a bruiser Rengar, and then just giving you all that leeway room to pump out the DPS with that burst fucker.
Yeah, that's what they so desperately need, right? Is that DPS. And both of these 80 carries went basically untouched in that last team fight, right? Like, Peak Performance, he was at full HP without Red Gun at the back end of that team fight. I don't even know how that's possible, as he did have Jaka trade his life essentially trying to take him down, and if you're not able to trade your own life as an assassin for that 80 carry, then those team fights become significantly harder, as that is essentially why you're picking these assassins.
Let's see. Although, to Jaka's credit, I mean, they kind of got rooted under turret.
Yes.
That's definitely a bit of a mistake, but then after that, it's like, when you chunk that low and you have to use all those cooldowns just to get to the back line, I can at least forgive you for not being able to get that burst kill down. I will give you a little bit of flack for getting caught by that Everfrost initially.
Execute does be caught out here in the top lane. Nice then gonna be landed onto him. Gumby does not have another push to jump through, unfortunately. Execute, he is caught out in the midst of 4 people, man. It is only a matter of time, and it is Peak Performance going to be donated that kill. Very nicely done by you, Ottawa, now sitting 4-1-7. He's working his way back up to that 300 shutdown. Yet earlier on in this game, still sitting at 200 and 2.5 completed items as well.
Pretty damn close to finishing off the Infinity Edge. We do have about 30 seconds till what might be the final Elemental Dragon of this game. Ottawa do pick it up. They will have the man advantage on the map, and they will still have this pretty damn chunky 8k gold advantage. It hasn't grown, though, which is kind of concerning, considering they generated, like, what, a 7k gold lead when we're talking about, like, 16 minutes in the game? That should be a little bit of a game ender. We'll see if the Wallet Warriors are able to pull through here, though, with their gold lead as this dragon spawns.
Hextech Soul spawning. EP coming in now from I'm Execute. Not going to be any sort of flank TP. Only one ward in the pit, but Hextech can be channeled right behind you. Jack flashing it on the 80 carry. Finds the one shot. That's the shutdown for the Fizz. Can he find another? He will not. And now the rest of you, Otto, are trying to turn it back around, but you don't have an 80 carry. And Gumby is sent way too low HP, trying to not be able to die for this fight. 3 for 0. No, 3 for 1, actually. You only traded Jacka's life for that one, Gumby. He's trying to play for the steal, man. He's sitting at 1 HP on the pretty kitty, but I don't think. He is playing with fire a little bit here. You can give that. You already lost 3 members. It is gonna be okay, but once again, Big Master with the higher tempo plays, closing the gold lead just a little bit more.
And it's a lot more palpable now, because we're down to about just a little under 6k between these two teams. You stop the potential soul from coming in, and you would think the team that's 8k ahead is the one pulling the trigger here, CamCom.
Yeah.
But they aren't. And yes, that was a very creative play by Dejak. I will give him credit for that every day of the week. But at the same time, it's like, you can make things happen. You had that Keeper's Verdict stolen. You have this Renekton with the Flash stun available. You have Realm Warp. You had the On the Hunt available. You can make things happen. They're just kind of not like this magic.
You have a 3-1-12 Rengar. That That is really crazy. He is playing for that more sort of supportive style, building Anthemus Chains, the word that no one can ever pronounce. We do have a 3v3 up here in the top lane. TP is being channeled. We absolutely want to fight over this. Winner of this fight does take Baron immediately after. First kill will be picked up there by you, Ottawa, but immediately going to be picked up there as well. Gumby jumping out of the bush, not going to be able to jump back into the bush. He finally falls shut down, once again falling to Jack, and right as he falls, as Lasagna is not going to be available for this teammate. We still have a 3v, but peak performance is down. He doesn't have flash, he doesn't have heal, he is not going to be able to survive. Oni, last member standing. Can he run away? Realm Warp available, but can he make it out from the high speed Zeri? He can.
Does.
Last member standing though, Baron is on the table if McMaster Black wants to go for it, and they absolutely will.
Now Execute just too damn tanky to get through. By this Bruiser Rengar, by this Renekton, even with a bit of Grievous Wounds coming on in, Calvary was able to arrive, and no one was touching Antian player here, CamCom. The Zeri free to just run on around, which is kind of crazy to think when there is this fed Rengar, but happening. It should be the second Baron, unless there are some shenanigans. Nope, second Baron going over to McMasters, and his gold lead, non-existent at this point.
Yeah, I would say 2,000 is nowhere near the 10,000 gold lead that you Ottawa held. I believe about 10 minutes ago now at this point, so we are getting closer and closer to the terrifying G2 game state. Maybe not to as extreme as that one, but it's what they were trying to avoid, and by avoiding it, they found themselves in the situation. That is so great.
Very tragic, to say the least, and now they don't have that pure brute force gold advantage going into these fights. They've been having trouble really just getting anything going. Should be onto Oni Akuma here.
Oni not having that realm warp is available actually, but he is knocked up. CC not going to be allowed to realm warp his way out of this one. 1v2 not going to be able to trying to fight this whatsoever. No realm warp, no flash available. That kill will be given over to NECC as well.
Just caught in the side lane there. Almost got out, but drops to McMasters. We see Fuji saving that Keeper's Verdict there. Make sure that Rise does not get on out. And really no progress being made on this map here, it feels like, except for McMasters. We're able to at least grab some turrets. They were able to grab that Baron, stabilize this lead. They're now sitting on 2 dragons here, and we have less than a minute till the next one. Yes, Akuma will be on the board for that, but it does mean with this death timer currently, Ottawa not exactly in the driver's seat for setting up this. Kind of showing.
Yeah, ooh, you Ottawa, they tried to set up a death bush there. Unfortunately, the death bush was not in the pathway that McMaster Black all took to make their way into the spot lane river. Like you said, 30 seconds to the Hextech Soul for you Ottawa. Hextech Soul point for McMaster. Oni will probably be forced to use the Realm Warp to get into this fight, as he is not really near his team. Gucci walking a little bit close to the fire there. Very terrifying without his team quite where he would have needed them to be if he wanted to go for an engage. Exi going on over the wall into this tri-bush. He is currently on his own. Flash over the wall, though. Gucci is here to follow him up, and now you have the Zeri arriving to the tri-brush here as well. Rooted up, peak performance. He is still alive. He is still at full HP, and with the red white gun, you cannot fight this man right now. Jack, the last member standing, he has a Yumi on him, but it is not going to matter. 4-for-0 ace quadra kill for peak performance. The red white gun saves the game, saves his life. You Ottawa are back in it.
Can they end here? These are pretty decently long death timers. They have a wave here and 4 members. It might get a little bit dicey, but Ottawa should be able to clear this one out.
Maybe. I definitely think that they can end it here. First Nexus Tower will fall. Even if they don't end here, they get at least 2 inhibitors, but Nexus is exposed. You Ottawa, they had the major gold lead. They almost threw it, but they were able to come back with it. In the end, closing out with just a 6,000 gold lead.
Yep. it's kind of the result we expected when we saw the state of the game at 15 minutes here at CamCom. But we did not expect the result to take this.
No. It was a very entertaining one. I think McMaster got a couple more dragons than they were originally supposed to. They got that second dragon just without even a fight. They were down gold at that point. They didn't even fight it. Third dragon they gifted over to them for that Baron trade, and that was able to stall out the game for a very long time, actually. That Baron, it looked bad at the time, and then in the end, it actually worked out pretty well for McMaster.
Because they did have an exposed inhibitor there, and they were still very heavily on the back foot. They're still like 8k gold down after they picked up that Baron. Still, though, there is a lot of criticism to levy at Ottawa here, CamCom, because the ball was in their court, and they just kind of sat there. Felt like until they're able to get that really clean fight at the end there, get the AoE off, burst those members before the Zeri can really come online and stack up those burst shots, take out the Aatrox before Execute's able to do anything.
Well, we have got a game 2 on our hands for you, Ottawa, to either take the 2-0 or McMaster to take us to a game 3. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back here very shortly. everyone, and welcome back to our Game 2 of this best of 3 between U Ottawa and McMaster Black. U Ottawa taking Game 1 by storm, 8k lead, down to 6k lead, down to 2k lead, back up to 6k lead, able to close out the game with a Aphelios Quadra kill. And for Game 2, once again, I am CamCom, joined by Go Farino here tonight.
Yep, and we'll see if this game number 2 is as close cut in the later stages as game 1 was. Of course, there was a reason we did see that dominating lead early on. A lot attributed to those ganks coming out from this Rengar. So we'll see if the kitty is chained here, the Rango chain, so to speak.
I could definitely see a Rengar ban coming through here. That was an R4 pick Rengar, so he made it through the entire banning phase. He probably will not be making it through the entire banning phase here again in Game 2, as we do, I believe, have the teams swapped sides here. Yes, it does look like it. So U Ottawa now taking on blue side, McMaster Black on the red.
Let's see what the changes are here. The Lulu being taken off the board, that was definitely crucial last game, if I recall.
Lulu banned away in both games here. B1 was Zeri last time, so Zeri and Jinx now making it through the ban phase. That third ban being traded for Aphelios, whereas it was Jinx in Game 1. So, of course, the only AD carry in League of Legends right now, Jinx. B1 pick easily for U Ottawa, matched with the Zeri.
Yep, we saw just how obnoxious the Zeri can get once the items do come in. The Yuumi is available if you do want to go for that combo. I think that Nihilson's dead, which can pair decently well with the Zeri. You just keep on. Have that all in potential. But the reason why Yuumi Zeri works so well is because you're just so damn mobile between the Zeri shock drop move speed boost, between her natural just mobility with that E, and then you combine that with the Yuumi just pressing E on you, throwing out those growling projectiles. It can be a hell of a hard time catching you, especially now that it's the Jinx who does not have the Graviton. But for Renekton, that did work out pretty damn well for Emborg. Gonna be coming on through once again.
Yeah, blind pick for Renekton is always a little bit terrifying. He does have a number of counter picks that can be picked against him, but so far, very similar champions across the board here. Like you said, the only different one being that Jinx for peak performance, and now a J4 for Gucci.
Is that J4 will give you that nice early power with those ganks.
Yeah.
Unlike the Poppy, who can definitely gank, is a little bit more reserved to counter ganks due to her very short range and the fact that you are really wanting that W to root someone. But either way, though, second phase can be taken off some mid laners, some support so far. If it mirrors last time, we're going to see 2 of each role banned here from each side, so there should be a support ban, and then there should be a mid lane ban if we are following the script.
Jacka having that Fizz banned away. If I had to predict a last ban just based on how well Jack played that Fizz, I would probably predict Vex. Like I was talking about in Game 1 a little bit, they are very similar champions in terms of play styles, so maybe? Okay, Akali also up there in very similar terms of play styles, so we could be seeing a Vex locked in here for Jaka if he wants to stay on that similar AP assassin team fight type of play style.
Oh lord. Okay. My body was like preparing for a sneeze and it's like, it's coming. And then it just kind of faded away. But the Alawi actually gonna be coming out here. That's one way to deal with top lane pressure, because we were seeing a lot of Gumbo power, or Gumby power, going on up to that top lane here. Alawi does not mind it when she is stuck in that 1v2 and execute. Gonna be feeling fine and dandy, assuming they aren't being put away on the back foot. There are, of course, issues with the Alawi. You are immobile, you are kind of restricted to the side lane because it is hard to teamfight. But the Sylas once again coming out here for Ottawa to support Sylas. Actually working out pretty well last game, CamCom.
Yeah, it did. I still don't know how I feel about it. I think Sprinkler did play the Game 1 support Sylas, I think, very well. I think he played very akin to a Leona. So maybe peak performance, if he wanted to start playing supports, he could play Leona, and it's a very similar play style, I think, to how he was playing Sylas. But you know, He pulled off in game 1. He's picked it again in game 2, so we will have to see how it goes in game 2. Cassidy or Kiana between those two champions. Or maybe Katarina, of course. You can never talk about hovers as a caster. I broke my own rule. Cassidy will be locked in here. Viger versus Cassidy mid lane. What a 1v1.
Definitely a 1v1, and I like the Vigar pick to really just stop the Zeri and the Lowy team fighting here. And if the timing's right, you can stop the J4 flag and drag as well. Of course, that is much harder to time compared to a champion like a Lowy or Zeri, who do ultimately end up running towards you. If you trap them in the event horizon, which I like to call the Bermuda Triangle, because people tend to go missing in there all the time, that they don't get to do a lot of what they want. Of course, it is going to be going against the Caston, who will have that scaling advantage, will be able to stomach a lot of the burst from the Vigart thanks to that passive. So, might be a little bit of an issue in the later stages.
You know, that's a really weirdly shaped triangle, if it's a Bermuda Triangle. I don't know how I feel about that one.
Take liberties. I mean, the real Bermuda Triangle is actually so poorly well-defined. Because it was literally made up as kind of a joke by a magazine sometime in the 50s. And then people kind of went with it, but then they'll attribute to like crashes that are like 2,000 miles away to it and go like, yeah, it's the Bermuda Triangle because they sailed through like an inch of it. It's like, I don't know about that one. But
it's easier to say it is than easier to say it isn't, I guess. But with that, heading into Bermuda Triangle, I don't know, game 2 here of this best of 3. We'll be going to a short break as we head into Spectator Day. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back very shortly. Hello, everyone, and welcome back on the Summoner's Rift for our Game 2 of the Best of 3. You Ottawa taking Game 1 against McMaster Black. For Game 2, once again, I'm CamCom, joined by Goferino here on the desk.
Let's see, because we are joined by some players on the Rift here, CamCom.
Yes.
The 1-0 lead here for Ottawa in the series, so could be the last game of the night here on the B stream if they do take home the dub. Of course, if the McMasters take home this dub and bring us to Game 3, well, you got one more here.
Only first item that is slightly interesting is Jaka starting with that Dark Seal. He did not start with Dark Seal last game on the little bit of a pop-off phase of the game that he did have. He bought Dark Seal as on his first recall, so now instead of recalling, he's just decided to start with the item.
Because usually, you see the Castan start the Corrupting Potion. It gives you all that extra sustain.
Yeah.
The extra trading power, if you are able to get up in their face, is nice, but the main draw is, of course, that extra sustain. Oni Kuma, though, recognizing they have roaming potential this game and taking the Predator instead of the more usual Comet/Electrocute. I do like that, but you are going to have to make your Keystone work. It's not like the others where you just kind of land a combo and get some damage for doing so.
Yeah, both of the mid laners kind of taking that more high risk, high reward type of build, right? Darksteel being very high risk, high reward, and Predator, like you're saying, being slightly more. I wouldn't say it's not as unsafe as a Darksteel, as we actually have a lane swap.
We have a lane swap.
Okay, Oni not wanting to lane against Jaka Darksteel start here, so he's decided to walk top lane instead, throwing Ember into the mid lane. Renekton versus Castan matchup now.
And this is something we would see when Castan was meta last year. You just throw the AD mid on in. Make sure it's one of the AD bruiser mids, the AD fighter/juggernaut mids, who can really just get up in the Castan's face, because Castan does have very low base physical tankiness with that low armor growth, with that low base armor. So if you're able to get on top of him, pop that slice and dice, pop that ruthless predator, you can do a very fat load to him, even if you don't confirm the kill. Top lane will be a different story, though.
Yeah, top lane, very heavy trading between Execute and Oni here. Both of them sitting at slightly less than half HP. And of course, Corrupting Pot does beat Red Pot in the early phases in terms of sustain. So Execute being slightly higher in HP going into the level 3 trading. That based on the level 2 trading, I'm sure they're going to have a lot of level 3 trading. Sprinkler, nice. E landed onto any Ant Game. I was going to say any game. Ant Game there, unfortunately, taking a tire shot, though, does mean he will end up losing out on that mini trade.
Yep. Gotta watch where you land those Upsond Abducts, because it does put you in melee range. And where there's a tower, there's a level 2 champion. There's a lot of damage coming from the tower. Unsurprisingly, does force his early back, but thankfully for peak performance and Sprinkler, they did get that very early shove into this tower. They're going to get what is more or less a free back here. Having that extra longsword for the pushing power, having the boots here to dodge out of any abilities and line yourself up for those Upsond to land, it will be handy, and it will give a nice little advantage here to the Ottawa bot lane for this little phase.
Yeah, many cheetah recall there for them in the bot lane, like you're saying. Very nicely
Gucci in the
done.
top lane.
Gucci with the potential gank up here in the top lane, but ganking a Vigar, like we talked about in Champ Select, is very hard. He has a baby gauge, Bermuda Triangle, Circle of Death, whatever you want to call it, but we possibly have a death down here in the bot lane, I say, as I remember Zeri can just dash through the walls whenever she wants. Baby gauge popped up here in the top lane, but will not be able to survive the dive. First blood picked up by Execute.
And that's why Zeriyumi is so potent, because you just use the shock surge to get on over that wall. Take the cat with you. Respond in the top, though. Okay. This is going to be a lot of damage. Going both ways, though.
Oh, potential first solo kill here in the mid lane. Unfortunately, Jaka just not quite having enough range to get that final auto or Q or any amount of damage onto Ember for a very early 2 Darksteel stacks.
Yeah, that would have been a little sus too, because we saw Ottawa purposefully flex Ember to the mid lane here to have this advantageous matchup. But going into the minion wave like that and just tanking all that damage, not really working on out here. I wonder if we're going to see a lane swap coming on out here from McMasters on this back. Does not look to be the case, and we are keeping the same lane assignments, the same scoreboard. But despite the 1-0 lead here, the plate leads in the bot lane and the CS lead in the top side, helping Ottawa inch out a little bit of a lead here.
Little bit, just over or just under 500 gold for you, Ottawa, in this early game. Not as high tempo of an early game as we saw here in game 1. As first Dragon potential team fight down here was started up by Gucci, but Gumby and Ember, and even Sprinkler come down here as well. 4v4 in the bottom river for this very first Mountain Dragon. Those traps are very scary, zoning them out so long. Will be secured. First Dragon picked up now for you, Ottawa. Who's going to win the team fight after? And it's not even a team fight. It is just a pick onto Gucci. Get him, get out. First Dragon and 1 kill now secured by you, Ottawa. Oni?
Okay.
Oni will be alright. He'll be fine.
Predator popped as well, but there isn't a lot of mana for this Vigar and no ulti. It's not a ton of kill threat, but McMasters kind of contesting that dragon when I think they should have just dipped. They did not have control of the pit, and they are fine just letting the Syrian cast and scale. Do opt in for that. Do lose a life on top of that, which does definitely suck. We'll see, because it's not the end of the world, of course. Yep, that's
Oh no. Level 6 versus level 6. Alright, Jaka.
But there's a jungler coming.
It is very terrifying for Jaka to be going in for those 1v1s when he only has half HP, and Zeri just got one shot right there. Manian could be followed up right after. Double kill picked up for peak performance. That last auto almost killing him. He's forced to use both summoner spells, but a double kill now. 3-0 on this Jinx, and 3 tower plates taken without even the help of a Rift Herald down here. Once again, peak performance. He finds so much gold, not even just through these kills, but also with the help of these tower plates. Flash in onto Oni. Is able to survive the dive here. Once again, I'm execute one more auto attack. But unfortunately, Oni did not throw any damage on him, so will be a 1-0 execute on to execute.
That's why you usually want the minion wave when you go for that, but thankfully, since the Vigar here for Oni, having no mana, having no flash, very easy to just dive there.
Yes.
Finish it off. You do get the execute, which does kind of suck, but you don't give over the gold, which is very crucial. Ottawa, it's not as winning of an early game for them, but they are still once again winning the early game here.
Go for Reno. That's a 7-minute Kraken Slayer for peak performance.
Yeah.
7-minute crack. That item is 3,500 gold. That is one of the most expensive mythic items in the game. And he got it before supports even have... neither support has their quest even finished. And he has a full Kraken Slayer. That is so not okay. Oh my gosh.
That's what happens when a Jinx gets 3 kills early on.
And
as well
4 plates.
4 plates. You know. Soon to be first turret here. Thankfully for McMasters, because there are no plates left, it's just the base turret left while plates are still active. It is very, very tanky and will take a lot of punishment here. So they do got some time to work with. However, minimap, because we got a party shaping up here in the bot lane.
Ottawa bringing down all the party members. 4 members, everyone except for Oni showing their faces in the bottom lane. First tower will be picked up there for peak performance. He completes his quest of taking his first tower before 10 minutes in both of these games so far on stream today. He's going to recall, well, most likely do the same thing to that mid lane tower. Unfortunately, he won't get the same 10 plate storyline. He will, at the maximum, only get 9. So we have another 1v1 going on here in the mid lane, but Jacoby taken down real low. He is bursted down, almost turns it back around, but unfortunately not quite enough damage on an only level 9 Kassadin.
Yeah, even though Dejaka did have the minion wave advantage there, like you said, it's only level 9 Kassadin. You're sitting on the components here for your mythic, you're sitting on a tier that you're stacking, you're sitting on a dark seal without any stacks. You don't have to go for that. You can just look to outscale the Renekton. Hold that thought though, because that's a lot of death zones.
Nice trap behind Execute there. Both of them throwing their ultimate straight at his face. Oni with the Execute will be able to pick up his first kill of the game, and he was shut down. He was dove. They tried to keep this Vigar out of the game, and all of a sudden, he doesn't quite pick up a shutdown for himself, but one kill will at least put it back a little bit into this game. Ember, I think he should be. Oh no. Okay.
Where was the other dash?
I thought he would be okay. He still had his flash, but you know, Jacka
Yeah.
now has two Dark Steel stacks for himself as well.
Huh. Yeah, because I thought Embor there had the second cast
Yeah.
of the Slice and Dice available too. Guess just not using it. Maybe there was like some weird wackiness where it didn't go. Either way, there's a Herald here. There's a
Peak
very low health bar,
performance.
but
He
this is a
is-
big shutdown.
He is not going to be able to live that one. Shutdown will fall 400 gold into IMXQ's pockets. Jacka picking up that kill onto Sprinkler as well, and the Rift Herald backfires tremendously onto you, Otto. You just gave a whole lot of gold over to McMaster, and more importantly, you just denied that tower plating gold for peak performance. And this man's trying to make a resume on tower plating gold, and now he's lost an entire tower plating worth of gold.
And it's right as this dragon has spawned too. Because they could have used this general advantage they have. They have this super accelerated Jinx, who already has the complete mythic, can come here with the Zerkers as well, and you can just force this fight, but all this thought, not stolen.
Almost stolen away there. Gumby flashing over the wall. Unfortunately, is not going to be able to find that pickup, but in the backline there, Ember keeping the rest of the team behind his own. He does not find any picks, but just the power of the zoning picks
So
up that one
close.
kill onto Gucci once again. Gucci died for the first dragon, wasn't able to take it, died for the second dragon, was able to take it, and now has that Gore Drinker to help with the third.
Yep. Kind of sucks there for Ottawa because between Ant Game player and Tajaka, there's some pretty damn low health bars, and they're pretty damn close to getting that 3 for 0 off the back of that dragon. They would have, taken that, but it's just gonna be 1 for 0 in that dragon. Might be able to get a kill here. Look for the no event horizon landing. Just yep, everything goes back.
That would have been a pretty hard kill for them to find. I think Oni needs to have his ultimate available for any sort of kills for himself at this point. He was set quite far behind with all of those tower dives that he was forced to endure for that laning phase. So now at this point, he either has his ultimate or he doesn't, and he doesn't get the kills like that. So that cooldown is a very important one to be watching, especially around these objective timers. Currently, Rift Herald will not have a second, or will be spawning again in a couple minutes. And next dragon number 2, tied up on dragons for now, 3.5. So we've got some time before that one.
Oh, Flag and Drag could come out. Would have been risky though, so just gonna rely on the Hypershock Laser to scare the kitty away here in Gumby.
Kitty pop is ult. Kitty wants a kill.
Stabby McTabby, I mean.
Let's see it. Come on. Big performance. He sees plates on the map. He smells plates on the map. And he's like, I will be there. He doesn't auto-attack towers outside of the 14-minute mark. Like, once it's past 14 minutes, peak performance just kind of forgets that towers are there. But you know what? Before that 14-minute mark, this guy is... He's probably averaging, like, 2k objective damage per minute on the
Stabby
Jinx right
McTabby
here.
using the tentacles.
Jumping in onto IMXecute here. Really nice, powerful death circle there, Execute. He is not allowed to move whatsoever. Vigar ultimate, not quite enough damage to execute him, but Gumby will be able to pick up that last auto attack to secure the kill for himself. Meanwhile, peak performance, he didn't have to flash, he didn't have to heal, but he was dove underneath that mid lane tower, so denied any other further tower plates. Ember popping that ultimate for some extra healing, diving in onto the backline members here of McMaster, but Jacka, he has a Yumi and he has so many dashes with that ultimate, but he can't dash. Can't dash if you're trapped in the cage. Use Jinx ultimate on the backline as well, doing so much damage. Cataclysm straight into your death. Jack is trying to turn it back around, but unfortunately not quite enough healing. Even with a Yumi on his head, Ember picked up, I believe, an unofficial double kill, but peak performance did fall in the process as well as Sprinkler.
And that does kind of giga suck because peak performance was that.
Oh no.
Okay, that's a lot of damage.
Kill the killer. Oh no, minion.
Get his ass.
Cat versus cat. Dive Kitty wins. Mid tower falls as well. So overall, very, very beneficial trade there for Uado. I don't know how many kills exactly it was because they were respawning and coming back as the team fight was still going on, but in the end, it is a 4,000 gold lead for Uado.
I want to say it was either a 4 for 3 or a 3 for 2 in favor of Ottawa. It is hard to keep track. There's the Bermuda Triangle or Bermuda Pentagon if you want.
I'm Execute. Popping that Alawi ultimate has a lot of healing onto Sprinkler, but underneath the tower and in the midst of 4 enemies is not ever going to be enough there. Sprinkler was the one picking up that kill. His now on the board with his first kill of the game. Ant Game player, unfortunately, the only member still without a kill.
Wah, wah. Does kind of suck, but hey, it happens. Either way, though, 40 seconds till the next dragon. Got some big players on the board here. We still have this 4 and 2 Jinx. We have this several thousand gold lead, like you mentioned, for Ottawa here, CamCom. But a couple kills have gone over to this Caston for Jocko. There is this Alawi with 3 kills under her belt as well for I'm Execute. So it's gonna be an exciting one, but it looks like Ottawa has first dibs.
Yeah, they have full bot side river prio for now. Gumby playing a little bit of bush control there, jumping
Oh, the
onto
Predator.
Execute. Nice Predator. Bermuda Triangle. You've now got this name stuck in my head. Man, I used to call it Death Circle. That was Baby Cage. Now it's Bermuda Triangle. I don't know, man. You've changed my brain. It's now a circle. Maybe it's a triangle. No one will ever know. What I do know is Uado was able to secure that dragon and Big Master. They know that they're down in gold. They don't know exactly how much quite yet. They will if there is objective bounties that do start to proc, but it is very dangerous to be walking in to that river when you know that all 5 members of Uado are there.
And they do have the inside track to this mid-outer turret, so you can pick that on up. It's worth about as much as the dragon in terms of pure gold at this point, but it does give you that extra control over the map. The enemy team no longer has that safety beacon. Okay, On the Hunt has been popped here by Goombi. I don't think we're gonna... Oh. Okay, it's going to the Rift Herald. I thought it was going over to Jaka's Castle. I'm like, oh, that's a far jump.
Oh, mid lane, 1v1 here, but Oni taking a lot of damage. Nice baby cage, but Jaka's drop jump straight in the baby cage there. Once again, Gumby popping off the Rift Herald a little bit just to make sure that Jaka does fall. Now, it is a 5v4 if they do want to fight over the second Rift Herald, but of course, it's a meme. Second Rift Herald, you just don't fight over it. Of course, will be secured. Now, 2 dragons and 2 Rift Heralds taken for Uado. Gucci popping that to Cataclysm here once again, but trapped in the baby cage for so long, and he got his own Cataclysm used against him. Sprinkler now has 2 kills on the board.
And, I mean, it's gotta feel pretty damn good here for Sprinkler, because Silas does still scale pretty damn well with levels, likes those ability ranks, gets a lot of just base stats, and of course, when you are this support Silas, not really entitled to the... Okay, that's a good hook. Test of Spirit.
Ember popping that ultimate for some extra healing. Does not need to burn the flash or anything crazy like that, as Execute used his ultimate, and that was the entirety of his mana pool right there in the one ability, and not having any tentacles laid out before using that ultimate means that its damage is very much reduced. So Lowy is a very mana-hungry champion.
Oh, wait. Look in the inventory of Gumby.
Where?
It's,
Ooh, okay.
It's a redemption. I know this was kind of a thing in Season 9, I want to say, on Olaf, because it does boost your self-healing. And Olaf was able to abuse that really well. And I know this is a thing in ARAM on Rengar, because Rengar gets plus 20% healing on that map. I have not seen it on the Rift before. It will give you that extra heal along with the Gore Drinker when you go in and bolster your Battle Roar heal alongside just the natural sustain from the Conqueror plus that Gore Drinker. I'm curious. There
Execute popping that ultimate here in the bot lane. Ember does not have his ultimate available, so Execute trying to run away, but Sprinkler so many dashes. He will never let you run, and Gumby is the one able to secure that kill for himself. But Yes, back on Gumby's build here. Last game, I thought he was building support because he built Anthemus Chain second item. This game, he built Redemption second. Is there going to be an Anthemus Chains third? Like, I don't understand. Gumby knows something that I don't know about tank
Yeah.
Rengar, support Rengar. He's playing something, and I don't know what it is. Second
Yeah,
Rift
I
Herald.
feel
dropped.
like we kind of have to at least see some attack damage on the third item here. It doesn't have to be like a full assassin
Nah.
item. It doesn't have to be a full bruiser item. You can just go for something kind of casual. Maybe just get a team out and then grab another support / tank item if you want. But you do want a little bit of stabby behind the tabby here for this Rengar. That's what my old friend he used to be a Rengar one trick. He named his account Stabby McTabby. It was kind of funny.
I had a Rengar one trick friend. Everyone has that Rengar one trick friend, right? His
I guess, yeah, according to the two casters here on desk.
Yes, everyone. We are now actually everyone. His name was
Representative of the population as a whole.
Yes, according to this population count that we have right here, 100% of people have a Rengar one trick friend, and I think my friend was called Fear the Bushes or Fear the Brush, something along those lines. It was a pretty good name. It was a fun one to cast if I ever did cast him.
Yeah, I like Stabby McTabby though because it rhymes
Yeah.
and the amount of syllables. Because it's like you don't really gotta say stabby a lot. You don't get to say tabby a lot. Well, okay, you used to when plated steel caps were called ninja tab eyes.
Dude, if anyone calls them plated steel caps, I will actually correct you and tell you that they're called tabbies. Like that and like proto
I
belt.
just call them like both in the same sentence. It kind of sucks because back when they're ninja tab eye, I could say I'm the rabbi of tab eye. Tell people to buy it, but
Freaking
I'd say you're
rocket
the
belt.
rabbi of steel caps.
I'm not gonna call it rocket
Oh,
belt, man.
wait.
It's a proto belt. Gucci playing for a steal on the second dragon, but he is stuck in that cloud because then he is gonna be able to jump over and finds the
Does steal it.
immediately after falling. Redemption popped
The shot
by
cost.
Gumby. He runs in, is able to get a little bit of extra healing. Unfortunately, no kills were found turned back. It is only Ember traded his life for Gucci, but tied up in dragons now. 2 for 2. Gucci able to stop the dragon stacking that otherwise would have given you, Ottawa, probably a free soul afterwards.
Potentially, yeah. It's not a massive lead. It is still. Oh,
Oh
okay, this should be a kill.
Oh
Yep.
my gosh, 80 carry in 2022, man.
Wait,
That
the
is-
stun lane.
Wait a second, that was okay. You know what? Oni, again, he completed his death cap. That's what it was. He has Everfrost and then second item death cap immediately two-shot or one-shots two people even. If he had a Darksteel right now, that'd be kind of cracked.
Let's see what happens here, because once again we see Execute just getting jumped on here by multiple members.
He has been picked off quite a bit in the side lanes. He has been side laning ever since his first item, Hullbreaker, was completed here. 1v3, is he able to pick off any members
Roar.
before he falls in? The answer is, unfortunately, once again, going to be no. Now 6 deaths on the board for him, but unfortunately, no one else of McMaster are even on the map. They're all kind of just hanging out in base, so maybe if he does go for those plays, someone could be split pushing bot lane. There is still an outer tower available bot lane if anyone wants to try and take it.
And you do have that cast in here.
Yes.
Who is going to be great in that side lane. Not present in the side lane at the moment, though, as River Control just going to be conceded here with that pickup in the top lane. You have the 5 versus 4 advantage, and yep.
Whee!
Gotta love it. She can also cast her Hyper Shock Laser during that too, which
Oh
is
no.
okay.
Oh no, Gucci. Ooh, nicely timed on the flag and drag there. Just about able to dodge out of the super mega death rocket. Baron is still up on the table, so if they did find that pick on the Gucci, it could have absolutely turned into an immediate Baron angle for you, Ottawa.
So I think Gumby player is going. Oh, Gumby's player is going for the Atmos Chains here next, unless that is a Warmogs, because that can build into Warmogs too. But
At this point, I
Feeling
have no
Atmos.
idea.
it really is the
Warmogs.
Wild West.
Warmogs plus Redemption almost makes more sense than Anthemas plus Redemption, but you know what? Gumby, he's probably building Rudons for all we know. Like, this man's
It's actually physically impossible. It used to be possible on melees, but then in season 8 or season 6, when they made Runons from a pure 70% attack speed item into a attack speed item with crit. Then they made it ranged only. It was kind of funny.
Let's see. Just very slow game state here now. All in the mini macro plays. It is still a 5,000 gold lead for Ottawa. Not as big of a gold lead as they had in game one, but still a very strong hold that they have over it at this 25-minute point.
They're kind of
Jacka
working.
could be caught out here. A potential team fight over this very terrifying blue buff, of course. Sprinkler the support in a 1v2, keeping the bot lane members off of the
Redemption.
Meduchi is the first one that will fall. Redemption keeping his backline members alive, and Goomy playing the assassin, enchanter, mage, tank, Rengar better than anyone that I have ever seen play it before. Oni, unfortunately, will not hit that baby cage, but you don't even have to hit a baby cage onto Jacka. He goes golden, but without any mana available on the casting. Can't ult away, can't flash away. He is going to fall. Meanwhile, here in the bot lane, 1v1 underneath this inner turret. I believe Execute knows he will probably die for this turret, so pressing that ult button for a potential kill onto Ember, actually. Execute flashing forward. He's able to pick up that 1v1 kill onto Ember, plus the inner turret. Could try and turn that onto the inhibitor as well. Meanwhile, back on the top side, Ottawa, they take a Baron for free.
3 and 6 Alawi, by the way, in that one. Still more than worth it. You give up that bot lane inner. You do have to give up your top laner, though, or I guess mid laner this game, because we did see the swap. However, though, Embor, definitely one of the more important members to have that Baron buff, since they are stuck on that side lane duty, more or less. Having that Baron buff when you are in that 1v1 split push, extremely helpful. A little bit of friskiness here as this dragon is about to spawn. And Embor did just come back up. Has that teleport if needed.
Soul point for both teams. Gumby the jungler will be the first member to fall. Shutdown will be falling over to Execute. Now, Sprinkler is a little bit stuck in the pit there. He is, of course, able to jump over the wall. 5v4 now in the favor of McMaster. Execute hovering over that wall. He can be using that blast cone if he wants to jump back into the river. It is very dangerous. Jack playing with fire a little bit. Unfortunately, is not able to hit that Execute onto anyone. 4k HP on the dragon. There are no steel things available. They have to get in the pit. No one is able to get into the pit. Redemption, unfortunately, not able to heal Ember in the range of him. And one pick into a dragon soul point now for McMaster Black.
And Ottawa getting a little ahead of themselves there, I feel. They recognized the dragon was coming up. It was an important one, but it was a 4 versus 5. They did run a little far ahead. Great by the McMasters, though, to recognize, hey, they're a little too far up. So let's just get some picks here. Grab ourselves the dragon. It is gonna stall out a lot of this Baron buff too. Because if Ottawa wanted to during that, since they wore a man down at the start, and then they were a man down after we saw that pick, they could have just gone, all right, you know what? We got a Baron buff here. Let's just send some members in the bot lane and get a fat wave shoving on in. Might not get tower, but you'll have to respond. Okay,
nice
buffer on the cage there.
Yeah, Jacka buffered the cage, was not quite able to buffer the Everfrost, but Everfrost is, of course, a much shorter CC duration than the baby cage. Inner turret still standing in the top lane there. Inner turret in the mid lane was just taken by Uwada. Of course, only the inner turrets in the side lanes are the ones that give bonus gold. So if they are trying to funnel peak performance any more tower plating gold than he already has, which is already an insane amount, 3.5 items on this Shinx, 28 minutes, by the way, then that is absolutely the turrets that they should be giving him, as Anthem's Chains is now completed by Gumby. I don't know if we mentioned that. So tank plus enchanter plus assassin plus drain tank Rengar is on the map.
I'm curious to see where this build goes from here, because it do be the Wild West of builds. Baron buff has worn off, though. They are at least able to get some turrets with it. That is a nice chunk of change in their pockets, but they do kind of wish they got more here on the side of Ottawa, sadly, because they did lose their Embor in the side lane, and then they waited around that dragon for a while. Not able to get the most value out of it, but you'll take it. Still a slight gold lead here with that 7k. Not as impressive right now, 30 minutes into the game, but still a nice lead nonetheless.
Yeah, next dragon does spawn here in 2.5 minutes, so some very aggressive posturing early on for it by McMaster. 2.5 minutes is quite a minute here, or quite a long time to be
If it was a
posturing this
cavalry.
aggressively. I'm execute all alone down here in the bot lane, collapsed on by 5 members, not having any tentacle stacked up beforehand means, of course, her ultimate is not going to do a whole lot of damage. Execute traded for that inner turret in the mid lane at least, so his death was not entirely in vain, but 5 and 7 is not the greatest scoreline that we have ever seen.
It was 3 and 6 beforehand, though, so has been clawing back. And with how much Execute has just been spending in the side lane, just perma shoving, this is now a 4-item Alawi compared to the 2-item 4 Renekton here for Embor that's being,
Oh no.
the one tasked with facing him. Well, are we going to see an inhibitor turret taken here? This is
Yes.
that now 4-item Jinx, so these turrets will get shredded.
Oh my
if
gosh.
You don't.
Oh,
that's a good
no.
stun. This should be a pick.
Gucci gonna go golden, but trapped in the
Damned.
baby cage. There's far too much CC. You can go golden, but it will not keep you alive for very long. And Gucci picked off right after his inhibitor means that his respawn timer is buffed up just that little bit of extra, just because there is another objective taken on the map right before he fell. He does have that classic Gore Drinker Sterax build. Oh no, a meta build from a jungler, Gumby. I've never heard of such a thing. Oh no, Gumby. Second death in the game. It's okay. Execute flashing over the wall. Flashing over the baby cage. Trying to get back onto the backside of the team. Sprinkler stealing away. Cassid and ultimate will not be very helpful. Cassid picking up that shutdown onto the Silas support. Peak performance and Oni. Last 2 members alive. Oni not having any mana whatsoever. Leaves peak performance all on his own. Shutdown will fall. 200 to I'm Execute. And it's a 5-for-1 ace for McMaster Black.
That's right. As the Baron is about to spawn here, there is 20 more seconds, so a little bit of awkward standing here. You can grab the Herald. Sorry, the Scuttle. Distant relative of the Herald. But still.
It's a baby Herald.
You do gotta wait around. This is gonna be a free Baron, though. Props to McMaster's going, hey, we know you picked off one of our members. Yes, you did just get that inhibitor, but you did kind of use a bunch on that. And Baron's up. Soul Point's gonna be up here. I think we can just snag both.
Baron straight
maybe not Soul Point
into
here.
a potential Hextech Soul picked up for McMaster Black. That will still not quite close the gold lead. They still are down 6,000 gold. A little bit of a 1v1 between these two junglers. But
on the dragon.
oh no, Gucci, he will just fall. TP coming in from I'm Execute here as well. But 1v2, he is caught up. He has to buy team time for the rest of his team to show up. I'm Execute.
The dragon.
I'm Execute picks up the dragon in the midst of a 1v4, and that buys so much time for Dragon to be able to arrive at this fight. Unfortunately, he arrives just a little bit too late. He slays Gumby. He runs away. He doesn't have a whole lot of mana left, but that is a level 16 Cassid. Now, ladies and gentlemen, he has hit the power spike just now. How much damage can he do with it? With a Hextech Soul plus Baron for McMaster.
Is it enough? Because it is technically a 4v3 on the map. We have this super coming on down. And it is
Exposed
a naked Nexus, so this
Orange
is going to be close.
jumping in the backline, just immediately going to be one shot. And Ant-Game is still alive.
Jinx
He's completely
excited,
untouched.
though.
Has Mannion on top of him as well. Give him a lot of extra healing. Exposed Nexus. Ant-Game player will fall. Nexus is dead. 50-second death timers. Do not give them enough time. And you, Ottawa, will 2-0 McMaster here tonight.
It was a very hard-fought 2-0 here, but a 2-0 nonetheless here, CamCom.
Yeah.
Great of Ottawa there. They did give up the Soul. They did give up the Baron, which does get a suck, but because they were able to pick off those 2 members, then just barrel on down the mid lane with that explosive inhibitor, they kind of recognize, we can just 4v3 this. They're able to do that. We see the Jinx just staying alive and throwing out those rockets left and right, and does a lot of damage, especially when she gets excited.
Peak performance, man. He played both of those games so well, played them out of his mind, just getting early leads on these 80 carries. It was the Aphelios game 1 and then the Jinx game 2. These are not early game 80 carries by any means. Jinx is a mid to late game, and Aphelios is also a mid to late game. So the fact that he had these massive leads coming out of laning phase at 14 minutes with the tower plating gold, he just was able to win the early game and mid game team fights that otherwise should not have gone in their favor as much.
Yeah, and really big props there to the bot lane. We saw peak performance and Skylar,
Sprinkler?
Sprinkler. The name was skipping my mind, but they both performed admirably well. As with the Silas support of all things, like I know it was attacked specifically into Mumu support, but I've not yet seen it into a Yumi support of all things. But they made it work, so hey.
Yeah, both Gumby and Sprinkler played, I would say not the most meta things in the world, but absolutely, I would say strong comfort picks for both of them based on how well they played them in both Game 1 and Game 2. The Enchanter tank support, Drain tank, I don't know, Assassin, Rangar, his name changes every time I call him something, and then of course the Silas support. Two things I have not gone to cast in a hot minute, maybe ever for Silas support, but they did a great job on it. 2-0 for them. Well done.
Yep, and let me see. Okay, yeah, I thought we were just being yelled at to say something here in the chat, but just a little jovial discussion there, as I believe that's going to wrap up the B stream here for tonight, CamCom.
Yes, so thank you everyone for watching here tonight on NECC 2. I have been CamCom, joined by the lovely Gopherino here on the desk, and of course behind the scenes we have Narwhals and the Unnamed Gamer with producing and observing respectively. Thank you all for watching and have a fantastic rest of your Friday evening. I do believe that there are still games going on the NECC main Twitch channel, so if you do want some more League of Legends action, feel free to head on over there. But that's going to be it for us tonight. Thank you all for watching, and catch you later.